Fellow wanderers of Middle-earth, tonight we begin a chronicle older than the sun itself. We turn our gaze to the firstborn, the elves who woke under stars and walked through all the ages of the world. This is the story of their awakening beside dark waters, their sundering choice, their glory in Valinor and their grief in Middle-earth, their long fading until the last ships sailed and memory became legend. From Quivianen to the Grey Havens, from the music of the Aina to the dominion of men, we trace the complete tale of the Eldar. So settle close to the fire, let the outside world fade, and journey with me into this chronicle of starlight and Silmarils, of oaths and kinslayings, of the firstborn who loved this world too well to leave it. If these tales stir something in your heart, please like and subscribe to join our fellowship of story lovers. Drop a comment below telling me where in our wide world you're listening from tonight, for every voice makes our circle stronger. Now the tale begins. The world was young and starlit when the elves woke. No sun had risen, no moon crossed the sky. Only the ancient stars burned cold above Middle-earth, and by their light the firstborn opened their eyes beside the waters of Quivianen, the water of awakening. They did not know they were first. They knew only wonder. The stars reflected in dark water. Trees rose black against the sky, and wind moved through leaves they could not yet name. Everything was new and strange and beautiful, and they stood at the water's edge, feeling the world's vastness press against them. Fear came with the wonder, for they were small and alone, and the darkness beyond the starlight seemed without end. But they were not alone for long. Others woke nearby, calling out in voices that had never been heard before. The first words spoken in Middle-earth were questions and greetings, wonder and fear mixed together. They gathered by the water and saw their own faces reflected there beside the stars, and they marveled at the gift of being. 3 clans emerged in those first days. The Minyar were first and smallest, drawn together by bonds none could name. The Tartiar came after, greatest in number and in craft, their hands already reaching to shape and make. Last came the Nelia, most numerous of all, lingering longest by the water and loving it above all things. They had no names yet for what they were, only the knowledge that they belonged to one another. Days passed in starlight, then weeks, then years. They learned the world slowly. They learned that water could be drunk and that certain plants were good to eat. They learned which berries were sweet and which bitter, which roots gave strength and which brought sickness. Fire they discovered by accident and mastered through trial, and it became their companion against the dark. They learned to speak more fully as seasons turned. Words multiplied like leaves in spring, growing thick and rich until they could name everything they saw. They had words for every star and every tree, for the taste of water at dawn and the smell of earth after rain. Language was their first great craft, and they took joy in its making. Music came naturally to a people born under stars. They sang because they could not help but sing, and their voices rose pure and strange into the night. The stars seemed brighter when they sang. The water seemed clearer. Even the darkness beyond their fires seemed less hostile when melody hung in the air between them. But the darkness held dangers they did not yet know. Morgoth had not forgotten Middle-earth, though he hid in his fortress far to the north. His servants walked abroad in the starlight, and some were hunters of a fell kind, Elves began to disappear from the edges of their camps, taken in the night and never seen again. Fear grew sharper. The darkness pressed closer. They built no cities in those early years, for they did not yet imagine such things. They dwelt in crude shelters near the water and kept their fires burning bright. The stars above and the lake beside were all they knew of home, and they thought the world would be this way forever. They thought they would dwell by Quivianan always, learning and growing and singing their songs while the stars wheeled overhead through the ages. They were wrong. Already the powers in the west had noticed their awakening. Already one was riding east through the darkness to find them. But for now they knew nothing of valor or Valinor, nothing of the choice that would shatter them, or the long road that would begin. For now there was only starlight and water, and the first voices ever raised in wonder beneath an ancient sky. The firstborn had awakened. Their story had begun. The first sound of thunder came from the east, and with it the pounding of hooves that shook the earth. The elves by Quivianan heard it from far off and froze in terror, for nothing they knew made such noise. Some fled into the trees, while others huddled by their fires, and all waited for whatever doom approached through the starlit dark. Then he came into view, and they saw him clear. A rider mounted on a horse greater than any beast they had imagined, both shining with a light that was not fire and not starlight, but something else entirely. His horn rang out across the water and echoed from the hills beyond, and in that sound was both glory and command. The elves who had hidden came creeping back to see, drawn by wonder stronger than their fear. Oromu the huntsman had found them at last. He had ridden far from Valinor on this errand, searching through the wild lands of Middle-earth, while Morgoth's creatures scattered before him. Now he sat his horse beside the waters and looked upon the firstborn, and his face showed joy that even they could read. He spoke to them in a voice like distant thunder, made gentle, and though his words were strange at first, meaning came through them like light through water. He told them they were not alone in the world. He spoke of powers greater than themselves, who dwelt in the west beyond the sea, the Valar who had shaped the world and set the stars in their courses. He spoke of Valinor, where the two trees grew and gave a light that made starlight seem dim as shadow, where there was no fear and no darkness, and the firstborn might dwell in safety forever. He spoke as one bringing good news, and his words were full of promise. But to the elves his tale seemed like madness or dreaming. They knew only Quivianan and the stars above it, and the thought of leaving seemed impossible. Some believed him and some did not, and even those who believed were afraid. The world was vast and dark between them and this promised land, and the memory of those who had vanished in the night still haunted them. Aurum did not press them to decide at once. He stayed with them for a time, and his presence was like a wall against the darkness. The evil things that had hunted at their borders fled before him, and for the first time since their awakening the elves knew something like safety. They learned his name and the names of the Valar, though the meanings were still strange to them. They learned that they were called Eldar in the language of those greater than themselves. Then Aurum told them he must return to Valinor and bring word of their awakening, but he would come again. The elves should consider his message and debate among themselves whether they would answer the summons or remain by the waters, where they had been born. He mounted his great horse and rode away westward, and his going was like the fading of a light they had not known they needed. The debate began the moment he was gone. It raged for years, growing fiercer as time passed and memory of his presence faded. Some said the summons was a trap, that the Valar meant to enslave them, or worse. Others said it was clearly a gift, that safety and light were worth any journey. The three kindreds split differently on the matter, and within each kindred families divided against themselves. The Minyar were swiftest to decide, for their leader Iman believed Aurum completely. The Tatyar debated longer, for they were proud and suspicious by nature, but their leader Tata eventually counseled acceptance. The Nelyar were slowest and most divided, for they loved the water and could not imagine leaving it. Their leader Enel was torn between fear of the journey and hope for the promised light. But many would not be swayed regardless of what their leaders said. These called themselves Avari, the unwilling, and they declared they would remain at Quevianan, no matter what summons came from the west. They said the stars were light enough, and the water was home enough, and they would not trade certainty for promises. Some feared the journey itself, while others feared the Valar's true intentions, and some simply loved Middle-earth too much to leave it. The division cut deep through families and friendships. Brothers chose differently from brothers. Wives would not follow husbands, or husbands would not follow wives. The elves learned grief before they left Quevianan, for partying is a kind of death, even when both parties live. Those who would answer the summons looked at those who would remain, and both sides felt the wound of it. When Aurum returned, at last he found them divided, but decided three kindreds would follow him westward into unknown lands and dangers, trusting his promise of light beyond the darkness. But many thousands would remain behind, choosing the certainty of starlight over the distant hope of something greater. The Avari gathered at the water's edge and watched their kin prepare to depart, and no words could bridge the gulf between them now. The summons had come, and the answer was given. The sundering of the elves had begun, though none yet knew how deep and bitter it would grow. The journey would take them far from the waters where they awoke, and some would travel farther still than any imagined. But that tale comes next, when the march began and the world opened before them wider than the starlit sky. The day of departure came at last, though no sun marked it and the stars gave no sign. The three kindreds gathered their possessions, which were few, and said their farewells to the Avari, which were many and bitter. Aurum sat his great horse at the edge of the gathering and waited with the patience of the deathless. For to him years were nothing, and the grief of the elves was something he understood. The Avari stood watching from the shores of Quevianan, and some wept openly while others turned their faces away. The Minyar went first, for they were smallest in number and swiftest in resolve. Iman led them, and they followed Orome with something like eagerness, despite their fear. They numbered perhaps a few hundred souls, and they seemed very small against the vastness of the land ahead. But they sang as they walked, and their voices carried back across the water one last time before distance swallowed them. The Tatyar came next, and they were greater in number by far. Tata led them, and his people came arrayed almost like an army, for already they had made spears and bows from what the wildlands provided. They walked with purpose and did not look back often, though some among them still doubted. Their songs were different from the Minyar's songs, deeper and more solemn, full of questions about what lay ahead. Last came the Nelia, most numerous of all the kindreds. Enel led them, though he led reluctantly, and many of his people came with backward glances and hesitant steps. They were the ones most torn by the choice, most grieved by the parting, and their songs were full of longing for the water they left behind. Some even stopped at the last moment and turned back, unable to bear the severance, and the Avari welcomed them with embraces that were both joyful and sad. Then Quivianan was behind them, and the great journey had begun. Aurum led them westward, through lands the elves had never seen, and every step took them farther from everything they knew. The stars wheeled overhead in their familiar patterns, and that was their only constant, the only thing that remained the same as the world changed around them. The lands opened before them, wild and strange. They crossed great plains where grass grew taller than their heads, and the wind moved through it like water. They forded rivers that ran cold and swift from mountains they could barely see in the starlight. They walked through forests so thick that even the stars were hidden, and only Aurum's light showed them the way. Everything was new, and therefore both wonderful and terrible at once. Arome did not hurry them, for he knew they were unused to such travelling. He kept his pace measured and stopped often to let them rest and gather food. Sometimes he rode ahead to scout the way and clear it of dangers. For Morgoth's servants still haunted the wild places and would gladly have fallen upon the elves. But the huntsman's presence was a shield around them, and nothing evil dared approach within sight of his shining. The elves learned as they walked. They learned which plants could be eaten in these new lands, and which were poison, which animals were dangerous, and which were timid. They learned to read the land itself, to know where water might be found, and where the ground was treacherous. The Tatyar especially excelled at this, for they were keen-eyed and quick to understand patterns, and soon they were ranging ahead to help find the best paths. Nights were when they rested and when their differences showed most clearly. The three kindreds camped separately by habit rather than command, and each had their own ways of making fire and preparing food. The Minyar sang often and told stories of what they imagined Valinor might be like, building hope against the darkness. The Tatyr worked with their hands, improving their weapons and tools, always seeking to master whatever they encountered. The Nelia sat quietly and spoke of Quivianan, keeping memory alive like a flame that might guide them home again. But they were not entirely separate. Young folk from different kindreds met and talked at the edges of the camps, curious about each other's songs and stories. Friendships formed across the divisions that would deepen over the years ahead. Even some marriages began in these early days of the journey, and children were born on the road who would never see Quivianan except in their parents' tales. Seasons turned as they walked. Though without sun or moon to mark them, the passage was harder to measure. Cold came and made the journey harder, and they learned to make better clothing from the skins of animals. Aurum hunted for them. Warmth returned and made walking easier, but brought biting insects that plagued them day and night. They endured because they had no choice, because turning back seemed impossible once they had come so far. Some grew sick on the journey, and some were injured, and the elves learned grief of a new kind when the first of them died. They had not known death was possible for their kind, had thought themselves as enduring as the stars above. But falls from cliffs and fevers and animal attacks could still kill them, and they wept over the first bodies they laid in the earth. Orome tried to comfort them with words about Mandos and the gathering of the dead. But these were concepts they could barely grasp. The land began to change as they traveled westward. The plains gave way to rougher country, and mountains appeared in the distance, growing slowly larger as they approached. Great ranges of stone rose up before them like walls, and the stars seemed to rest on their peaks. The elves, who had never seen mountains, stared at them in wonder and fear, unable to imagine how they would cross such barriers. Aurum led them to passes he knew, ways through the mountains that were still difficult but possible for people on foot. The climbing was hard, and the heights were terrifying for folk who had lived all their lives beside a lake. Some refused to look down as they traversed narrow ledges where one misstep meant death on rocks far below. Children had to be carried, and the old needed help at every step. But they climbed because Aurum said the way led through, not around, and they trusted him. From the mountain heights they saw distances that made them dizzy. The lands they had crossed stretched away to the east farther than sight could measure, and westward more mountains marched to the horizon. The world was so much larger than they had imagined back at Quivianen, and for the first time they truly understood the scale of their journey. Valinor was not close, not even remotely close, and years might pass before they reached it. Some despaired at the sight and spoke of turning back. But Aurum told them the hardest part of the crossing was behind them now, and the lands beyond the mountains were gentler. They chose to believe him because they had come too far to do otherwise. And so they descended the western slopes toward new lands and new trials. The great journey continued, and though none knew it yet, they were still many years from its end. Behind them, the Avari remained at Quivianen, and already the two groups were beginning to forget each other's faces. The sundering that had begun with choice was deepening with distance, and the elves who walked westward were becoming something different from those who stayed behind. The road was changing them as surely as the world changed around them, and there was no going back to what they had been. The mountains behind them and new lands ahead. The three kindreds continued westward, with Aurum leading. But the journey was taking its toll in ways not all of them had expected, and the initial wonder was beginning to fade into weariness. They had been walking for years now, and some were starting to ask how many more years might pass before they reached the promised land. The question had no good answer, and the not knowing wore at them like water on stone. The land they entered was thick with forests, darker than any they had crossed before. Great trees grew so close together that their branches tangled overhead, shutting out even the starlight in places. The elves had to walk single file through passages barely wide enough for one, and mothers carried children who were too frightened to walk in the suffocating darkness. Aurum's light still guided them, but even that seemed dimmed by the oppressive weight of the forest pressing in from all sides. Strange sounds came from the darkness between the trees, howls and shrieks that might have been beasts or might have been something worse echoed through the night, and the elves huddled close around their fires when they stopped to rest. They saw eyes, sometimes reflecting their firelight from just beyond the circle of safety, watching and waiting. Aurum rode the perimeter of their camps, and his presence kept the watchers at bay, but fear was growing despite his protection. The Nelior suffered most in these dark forests, for they were the ones who most loved open sky and water. They had left the lake behind with great reluctance, and now found themselves in places where they could not even see the stars they loved. Some began to weep at night, quietly so as not to spread their despair, but others heard, and the sadness spread like sickness. Their songs became fewer and their steps slower, and Nell, their leader, seemed to carry a burden heavier than any pack. Accidents became more common in the difficult terrain. Elves twisted ankles on hidden roots and fell into ravines they could not see in the darkness. Some took sick from eating unfamiliar plants or drinking from tainted water. The Tatya did their best to care for the injured and sick, for they were practical folk and quick to learn what herbs might help, but they could not prevent all suffering. Every day the march grew a little harder, and the murmuring of discontent grew a little louder. Then they emerged from the forests at last and saw what lay ahead. Mountains rose before them again, greater even than those they had already crossed. The Heidegler stood like a wall of stone reaching up to tear the very stars, and their peaks were crowned with snow that gleamed pale in the starlight. The sight was beautiful and terrible together, and it broke something in many of the elves who saw it. They had crossed mountains once already at such cost, and now they must cross them again. The Nelior stopped and would not go forward. They gathered at the forest's edge and stared at the mountains, and their faces showed despair deeper than words could express. Anel tried to encourage them with talk of what lay beyond, of the light of Valinor that would make all this suffering worthwhile, but his words rang hollow even to himself. The journey had already taken so much from them, and these mountains seemed to promise only more pain and death. Some of the Nelia began to speak of other paths. One of their leaders was named Len Wu, and he was a person of great influence among them. He stood before his kindred and said that the journey west was taking them away from the things they loved, that they were forest folk and water folk and had no business crossing endless mountains to reach some distant promise. He spoke of the great river they had seen to the south, Anduin the Great, and said there were lands along its banks that might serve as well as any in the west. Lenwa's words found ready listeners among the weary Neloya. Many had been looking for a reason to stop, for permission to give up the impossible journey, and here was one of their own leaders offering it. They gathered around him and said they would follow him south to the river and make their homes there. The mountains ahead were too much to ask, and they had walked far enough already. Enel tried to dissuade them, but his arguments were weak. He could not promise when the journey would end or swear that Valinor was worth the price they were paying. He could only say that Orym had promised it was so, and that the Valar had summoned them for their own good. But Lenwu and his followers said they would trust their own judgment over distant powers they had never seen, and they would take their chances in Middle-earth rather than die in the mountains. The parting was bitter, but not violent, for these were folk of the same kindred, and many were bound by blood and friendship. Families split again, as they had split at Quevianan, with some choosing to go south with Lenwu, while others insisted on continuing west. Brothers embraced brothers, knowing they would likely never meet again. Mothers said goodbye to daughters and fathers to sons. The grief was sharp, but the decision was made, and there was no changing it now. Nearly half the Nelia turned south with Len Wu when the morning came. They walked away following the forest's edge, toward the great river, and their songs were different now, songs of finding home rather than seeking it. Those who watched them go felt the loss like a wound, for the three kindreds were diminishing, and the unity they had known at Quevianan seemed very far away. The folk who followed Len Wu would become the Nandor, the green elves who loved rivers and forests, and their path would diverge completely from those who continued west. But Lenoir's departure was not the only faltering on that dark edge of the mountains. Others simply drifted away in the days that followed. Families and individuals who slipped off during the night or lagged behind during the march and never caught up. Some were lost to accidents or sickness, but others chose to remain in the wildlands rather than face the mountains. They made their own small settlements in the forests or by streams, and they too were lost to the great journey. The kindreds that continued with Aurum were smaller now and more fractured. The LOTR especially were diminished, having lost so many to Lenwell's defection and the other departures. Their songs were sadder and their steps more hesitant, and even the Minyar and Totjar, who had remained relatively whole, felt the weight of so much loss. The journey that had begun with hope and wonder at Quivianan was becoming something harder and darker, a test that many were failing. Aurum sat his horse and looked at the diminished host before him, and though his face was hard to read, those who watched thought they saw sorrow there. He had not forced anyone to come, and would not force anyone to continue, for the Valar did not command the Elves in such matters. But each departure was a grief to him, for he knew what those who turned back or aside were losing, even if they did not. The mountains still stood before them waiting. The journey was far from over. Those who remained prepared themselves for the next great crossing, knowing it might break more of them before it was done. But they had come too far to turn back now, and forward was the only direction left. The faltering had happened. The weak and the doubting and the weary had fallen away, and what remained was perhaps stronger for it, but certainly smaller and sadder than what had left Quivianan years before. The crossing of the Heidegler took months and cost lives, but the diminished host endured it. Aurum led them through passes he knew, and though the way was hard and the cold bit deep, they came at last to the western slopes. The mountains fell away behind them, and new lands opened ahead, gentler than what they had crossed, but still strange and vast. They descended through hill country, where streams ran clear and the air smelled different, cleaner somehow, and some of the elves felt their spirits lift slightly despite their weariness. Then the land levelled, and they entered a country unlike any they had seen. Great forests grew here, but they were different from the dark tangles they had passed through before. More open and full of light, even under stars alone. Rivers ran through meadows where flowers bloomed in the starlight, and the elves who loved growing things felt wonder stir in them again. This was Beleriand, though they did not yet know its name, and it would become the heartland of their people for ages to come. They walked westward still, following Aurum through this fair land towards some destination he would not name. Days became weeks, and weeks became months, and slowly they realized they were approaching something immense. A sound came to them on the wind, distant and rhythmic, like thunder that never stopped. The air tasted of salt and carried scents they had never encountered. Some among them grew excited, while others grew afraid, for this mystery called to something deep in their nature. Then they climbed a last line of hills and saw it spread before them. The great sea, Beligare, stretching away to the western horizon, where it met the sky in a line so distant it might have been the edge of the world. Waves rolled in endless succession toward the shore, breaking white against dark rocks and pale sand. The sound of it filled their ears, and the sight of it filled their eyes, and many of the elves fell to their knees at the vastness of it. The Teleri especially were struck to their souls by the sight. These were the remnant of the Nelia who had not followed Lenwu south, and they had always loved water above all things. But the water they had known was Quivian's lake, finite and comprehensible, while this was something else entirely. This was water that had no far shore they could see, water that moved with its own life and power. They walked down to the edge of it in something like a trance and stood in the surf, letting waves break over their feet while they wept with emotions they could not name. Aurum gave them time to marvel and explore, for he knew this moment was important to them. The elves spread along the coast and discovered its wonders one by one. They found tide pools full of strange creatures and shells that sang when held to the ear. They tasted the salt water and found it undrinkable but fascinating. They watched gulls wheel overhead, crying in voices that seemed to echo the waves themselves. The sea was calling to them in ways they barely understood, and many felt they could happily dwell here forever. But Aurum told them this was not their destination, that they must cross this water to reach Valinor beyond. The elves looked at the endless expanse before them and could not imagine how such crossing was possible. They had walked for years across land that seemed infinite, and now they were meant to cross water that made the land seem small. Some began to doubt again, wondering if the journey would ever truly end or if they would die in the attempt. Círdan was among the Teleri then, young but already showing the wisdom and craft that would mark him through all the ages. He walked the shore, studying the sea and the winds, and something in him understood that ships might be built to cross this water if only they had the knowledge. But that knowledge was still distant, and for now the sea remained an impassable barrier despite its beauty. Then came the disappearance that would split the Teleri forever. El was one of their greatest lords, tall and silver-haired and beloved by his people. He had led many of them through the difficult passages of the journey, and his counsel was trusted by Elul, who led the whole kindred. On a day that began like any other, Eld walked inland from the coast to explore the forests of Beleriand, for he was curious about this new land and wanted to understand it better. He entered a forest called Nan Elmoth, where the trees grew old and thick and starlight barely penetrated. The shadows there were deep and strange, full of enchantment from ages before the elves woke. And in those shadows he encountered Melian, one of the Maya who had dwelt in Middle-earth since before time began. She was walking under the trees, as she often did, and when El saw her, his heart stopped, and the world changed around him. What passed between them was beyond the understanding of those who never witnessed it. Melian was one of the Anna who had helped shape the world in the beginning, and her power and beauty were greater than any elf could hope to match. El looked upon her and was lost, and she looked upon him and chose in that moment to bind herself to him and to his fate. They stood together in the forest, and time meant nothing to them, and they did not speak for years that passed like moments. The other elves searched for Elwu desperately when he did not return. They combed the forests, calling his name, and found no trace. Days became weeks, and weeks became months, and still he did not appear. The Teleri waited on the shore, growing more anxious with each passing season, for they would not leave without him if there was any hope he might return. Oromu joined the search, and his keen eyes found no sign, which troubled him deeply. Finally, Arom told them he must return to Valinor and report to the Valar, but he would send ships to bring them across the sea. The elves should remain here and continue searching, and when the means of crossing came, they should decide whether to go or stay. The Vanya and Noldor chose to wait near the sea for his return, for they were ready to cross as soon as possible. But the Teleri spread along the coast and through the inland forests, still calling for Elwu and hoping against hope that he might yet return to them. Years passed in waiting and searching. Children were born on the shores of Beleriand who knew no other home. The elves built dwellings of stone and wood, learning new crafts from the materials this land provided. They learned the patterns of the sea and the stars above it, and some of them began to love this place almost as much as they had loved Quivianan. The journey west had paused at the edge of the ocean, and none could say when or if it would continue. The waiting ended when the sea itself stirred with purpose and something vast moved beneath the waves. The elves on the shore saw the water heaving and roiling, and they drew back in fear of what might be rising from the depths. Then an island broke the surface, water streaming from its sides, and it came steadily toward the shore as if steered by invisible hands. It was tall Eresia, the lonely isle, and Olmo, the Lord of Waters, had uprooted it from the sea floor to serve as a ferry for the firstborn. The island grounded itself in the shallows near the shore and waited. Its surface was bare rock scoured clean by its passage through the deep, but it was solid and broad enough to hold thousands. Prime appeared among the elves again, having returned as he promised, and he told them this was the means by which they would cross to Valar. The Valar had heard his report and sent Olmo to bring them across the impassable water, and now they must choose whether to board or remain in Middle-earth forever. The Vanyar needed no persuasion. They had waited for this moment with longing undimmed by the years, and Ingwe, their lord, led them onto the island without hesitation. They climbed the rocks, singing, their voices high and clear with joy, and they settled themselves upon the bare stone as if it were a palace floor. Their faces turned westward toward the unseen light they had been promised, and they showed no regret for the land they were leaving behind. The Noldor came next, more numerous and more varied in their reactions. Fingal led them, tall and wise among his people, and most followed him willingly enough. But some looked back at Beleriand with calculation in their eyes, for they had begun to love this land and saw possibility in it. Still, they boarded tall Irisua in the end, for the pull of Valinor was strong and the promise of learning from the Valar was too great to refuse. They filled the island with their numbers until barely any room remained. The Teleri held back. They gathered on the shore and looked at the island, but did not move toward it, and their faces showed conflict that words could barely express. El was still missing, and many of them felt they were betraying him by leaving without him. Others had grown to love the shores of Beleriand in the years of waiting, and the thought of crossing the terrible water to an unknown land filled them with dread. Elul, their lord, tried to encourage them, but his own heart was divided. Orm spoke to them gently, but with finality. The island would carry those who wished to cross now, and it would return one more time for the Teleri when they were ready. But they should know that each delay made their choice harder and the parting from this land more painful. He had seen it before in those who lingered too long in places they loved, and he would not see them trapped by their own hesitation. Some of the Teleri chose to board, then despite their doubts, they climbed onto the crowded island and found what space they could among the Noldor, and they sang farewells to their kindred on the shore. But the greater part remained behind, unable to abandon the search for Elwu or the coasts they had come to love. They watched as Olmo drew the island back into the deep water and began the long pull westward toward The crossing took time beyond measure, for the sea was vast and the island moved slowly through waters that had never been sailed before. Those aboard felt the motion of the waves beneath them, and some grew sick with it, for this was movement unlike any they had known. They could not see Olmo, but they felt his presence in the water around them, vast and patient, drawing them steadily onward. At night the stars wheeled overhead unchanged, their only connection to the world they were leaving. Days became weeks, and the shore of Middle-earth vanished behind them. The island moved through waters that grew stranger the farther west they travelled, passing through mists that seemed almost solid and currents that pulled at them with purpose. Some among the Noldor stood at the edge of the island and watched the water passing beneath, studying its patterns and wondering about its depths. They were hungry for knowledge even here, even in passage between worlds. Then the mists parted and light appeared ahead like nothing they had ever imagined. It was not starlight and not firelight, but something wholly other, pouring across the water in rays that made the waves themselves seem to glow. The elves stood transfixed as the light grew stronger, and many wept without knowing why. This was the light of the two trees reaching across the sea from Valinor, and it was calling to something deep in their nature that had waited all their lives for this moment. The shores of Ammon appeared at last, rising from the sea like a dream made solid. Mountains stood there, crowned with light, and beyond them the elves could see a radiance that suggested wonders beyond counting. The island approached the coast and grounded itself gently in a bay that seemed made to receive it. The Vonyar and Noldor disembarked onto the blessed shore, and their long journey was finally complete. Orum met them there and welcomed them to Ammon. He led them inland toward the Calasyria, the pass through the mountains where they would see Valinor itself and choose where to dwell. The Vanyar went quickly, eager to reach the light they could see beyond the peaks. The Noldor came more slowly, pausing often to examine the stones and plants of this new land, already beginning the work of understanding everything they encountered. But the island did not remain empty long. Olmo turned it around and began the slow journey back to Middle-earth, for he had promised the Teleri would have their chance to cross. The sea passage took just as long in reverse, and by the time tall Erisia grounded itself once more on the shores of Beleriand, more years had passed. The Teleri who had remained were older now, and their settlement on the coast had grown into something almost like a kingdom. They still had not found El. The search had continued. Through all the years of waiting, but the forest of Nan Elmoth had kept its secret. Some had given up hope that he lived, while others insisted he would return any day. The debate over whether to cross to Valinor or remain in Middle-earth had grown more intense with time, and the Teleri were more divided than ever. Asu came to them then, one of the Maya who served Olmo in the sea. He loved the Teleri for their love of water and music, and he did not want to see them depart. He spoke to them of the beauty of Middle-earth's coasts and the freedom of dwelling in lands they could shape themselves. Rather than living under the shadow of the Valar's power, his words found willing listeners among those who had already decided they preferred the sea they knew to the one they had not seen. But the greater part of the Teleri chose at last to cross. They boarded the island sadly, knowing they were leaving behind not just El, but all those of their kindred who chose to remain. Círdan was among those who stayed, for he had become the lord of those Teleri who would not abandon the search or the shores. He watched the island pull away, carrying most of his people westward, and he knew his path had diverged from theirs forever. The Teleri who crossed found Aemon waiting and their kin already settled there, but they did not go inland with the others. Instead, they begged Ulmo to let them dwell on tall Eresia itself, for they had come to love the island during the crossing. He granted their wish and anchored the island in the bay of Eldamar within, sight of Valinor's light, but still surrounded by the sea they loved. There they built their first dwellings and began to learn the craft of ships. For Os came to teach them, despite his earlier efforts to keep them in Middle-earth. The crossing was complete. The three kindreds were in Aman at last, though scattered and diminished from what they had been. And in Middle-earth the Sindar remained under Círdan's leadership. And somewhere in Nan Elmeth their lost lord still stood enchanted with Melian in shadows outside time. The sundering of the elves was deeper now than it had ever been, and the sea between them was wider than any distance measured in miles. Those who stayed behind when the island departed stood on the shore and watched until even the sight of it vanished into the western mists. They were Teleri still, but they would become something else now, shaped by their choice to remain in Middle-earth while their kin sailed to the light. Círdan stood among them as their leader, for he had wisdom beyond his years, and the others trusted his judgment. He turned from the empty sea and looked at the land behind them, and he knew they must make their lives here now without the hope of Valinor to sustain them. They were not alone in Middle-earth. Other elves had remained scattered across the wide lands, those who had never answered the summons or who had fallen away during the journey. But the Teleri who stayed on the coast were different, for they had come all the way to the sea and had chosen deliberately to remain rather than simply giving up. They knew what they were refusing, and they accepted the weight of that choice, and it marked them. Círdan led them north along the coast to a place where a great gulf cut into the land. There they built havens at the mouths of rivers, settlements that would endure through all the ages to come. They learned to build ships as Oz had taught their departing kin, and they became a people of the shore and the wave. Their ships were beautiful things, slender and swift, and they sailed them up and down the coast, exploring the long shoreline of Beleriand. The forests inland called to others among those who remained. Some wandered away from the coast, seeking green places where trees grew thick and streams ran clear. They found valleys and groves that suited them and made their homes there, spreading slowly through the wilder parts of Beleriand. They learned the ways of the deep woods and became different from their coastal kindred, quieter and more hidden, attuned to leaf and root rather than wave and tide. Years passed in Middle-earth without the light of the trees. The elves who remained knew only starlight, as they had always known it, and they did not feel diminished by what they had never seen. They made music under the stars, and sang songs that their kindred in Valinor would never hear. They crafted things from wood and stone that reflected their own vision rather than the Valar's teaching. In some ways they were freer than those who had crossed, for they answered to no one but themselves and the land they loved. Then came the day when Elb emerged at last from Nan Elmeth. He walked out of the forest as if waking from a dream that had lasted years, and Melian walked beside him with her hand in his. Those who saw them approaching could barely comprehend what they were seeing, For El was changed beyond recognition, and the power that radiated from Melian was almost too much to bear. He had been lost as an elf and returned as something more, transformed by years spent in communion with one of the Anar. The Sindar who had not sailed gathered to him when word spread of his return. They came from the coasts and the forests, from hidden valleys and open plains, drawn by news that their lord had come back to them. They looked upon him and saw immediately that he was greater than he had been, touched by power they could barely understand. His hair seemed to shine with its own light, and his eyes held depths they had not possessed before. Malayan stood beside him, cloaked in might and majesty, and those who came before her felt their own thoughts laid bare. El told them he would not be leaving Middle-earth, now or ever. He had found something in Melian worth, more than all the light of Valinor, and he would build a kingdom here for those elves who had remained or would return. He spoke with authority that had not been in him before, and when he spoke of the kingdom he would build, his words carried the weight of prophecy. The Sindar who heard him felt hope kindle despite their isolation, for here was a lord worthy of following into whatever ages might come. The kingdom began to take shape in the forest of region where Elwu had met Mitleon. They called it Doriath, the land of the fence. For Melian wove a protection around it that would keep out all evil and most strangers. Her power created a barrier, invisible but impassable, a maze that would confuse any who tried to enter without permission. Within this protection, the Sindar built their greatest city. Menegroth, the Thousand Caves, delved into the hills beside the river Escaldwin. Menegroth grew in beauty and craft as the Sindar learned from Melian's ancient knowledge. Default, they carved halls of stone that rivaled anything their kin might build in Valinor, decorated with images of trees and stars and the beasts of the forest. They made things of silver and gold, though they had no Silmarils to capture light and no trees to provide it. They worked with what Middle-earth gave them and made it beautiful through skill and love. El took the name Eluthingal, King Greymantle, and he ruled the Sindar with Melian as his queen. She bore him a daughter in time, Luthien, who would be counted the fairest of all the children of LOTR. But that tale lay far in the future still, and for now Doriath was simply growing into its glory, while the rest of Middle-earth lay under stars, alone. The Sindar were established now as a people separate from their kindred across the sea. They were grey elves, elves of the twilight, who had seen the summons and started the journey but had not completed it. They were neither Avari, who had refused from the beginning, nor Calaquendi, who had reached the light, but something between. Their position would shape their fate through all the ages, for they were caught between the power of Valinor and the freedom of Middle-earth, owing allegiance to neither, but influenced by both. Círdan remained on the coasts, building his havens and his ships. Thingol ruled in Doriath, behind Melian's protective maze. Others, scattered through the forests and valleys, lived according to their own wisdom. The Sindar were not unified under a single rule, but they knew themselves as one people, bound by their choice to remain and their love for Middle-earth under stars. They would endure through all the ages of the world, outlasting kingdoms and catastrophes, until the very last of them sailed west or faded into memory. But for now they were strong, and their story was just beginning, and the starlight was enough. The light was almost too much to bear at first. The elves who came through the Calaseria and saw Valinor spread before them fell to their knees or covered their eyes, for the radiance of the two trees was beyond anything starlight had prepared them for. Laurelin, the golden, poured forth light like the sun that would one day be, and Telperion, the silver, gave a gleam like moonlight magnified 1,000 times. The trees stood on Azalahar in the heart of Valinor, and their light waxed and waned in measured hours that gave structure to the timeless land. The Vanyar went straight to the source of the light. They climbed the slopes toward Tanaketl, where Manwë dwelt, and they settled on the plains below, that mountain where they could see both trees clearly. They had come for the light above all else, and they would not be satisfied with anything less than dwelling as close to it as the Valar permitted. The Noldor chose differently. They loved the light, but they loved making and learning more, and they settled in a place where they could build according to their own vision. Upon the hill of Turna in the Calaseria, they built Tirion of the White Towers and Walls, a city that would become the greatest of all elven works in Valinor, the Undying Lands. They set a silver lamp at its summit that could be seen even from the shores of Middle-earth on clear nights, a reminder to those who remained behind that the blessed realm existed beyond the sea. The Teleri stayed on Tor Irisia in the bay, and were content there for a long age. They built no great cities at first, but lived simply by the water, learning the craft of shipbuilding from Asu and making music that echoed across the waves. Their voices were the fairest of all the kindreds in song, and they sang often of the sea and the shore and the star foam that gathered where wave met sand. Life in Valinor was unlike anything the elves had known in Middle-earth. There was no danger here and no death, no darkness that did not give way to light in measured time. The Valar walked among them and taught them crafts they could never have discovered alone, skills of making and growing and shaping that transformed what the elves could accomplish. They learned smithcraft from Aule and growing things from Yavanna, music from the Maya who served Manwë, and healing from those who knew the properties of every herb. The Noldor especially drank deep of this teaching. They were hungry for knowledge in a way the other kindreds were not, and they pressed the Valar constantly with questions about how things worked and why. They learned to forge metals into forms both beautiful and useful, to cut gems and set them in ways that caught and held the light. They made tools and weapons not for war, for there was no war in Valinor, but for the joy of making and the satisfaction of perfecting their craft. Finn ruled the Noldor in Tirion, and his people prospered under his leadership. He was wise and far-seeing, able to balance the Noldor's hunger for knowledge with proper respect for the Valar who taught them. His halls in Tirion became a center of learning and craft where the finest works were made and the deepest thoughts were pondered. The Noldor brought their questions to him, and he either answered them himself or brought them before the Valar, for wisdom beyond his own. Time passed strangely in Valinor, the Undying Lands, for the Deathless Lands measured years differently than Middle-earth under stars. The elves grew in knowledge and in craft, but not in age, for they were already as immortal as the land they dwelt in. Children were born but slowly, for the elves were not prolific in begetting, and each birth was celebrated as the rare gift it was. Then Finwë's wife, Miriel, bore him a son, and that birth changed the course of the world. The child was named Fenar, Spirit of Fire, and from his earliest days he showed a brilliance that surpassed even his father's. He learned with a speed that astonished his teachers, and he created with an originality that suggested he was tapping into knowledge no one had taught him. His hands seemed to understand what his mind imagined before he had consciously worked out how to make it real. But the birth cost Marielle more than births usually did among the elves. She grew weary in bearing Fuena, as if all her spirit had poured into him and left her diminished. After his birth, she went to rest in the gardens of Lorien and said she would not return, that she desired only peace and release from the body that had become a burden to her. The Valar were troubled by this, for death was not supposed to touch the elves in Valinor, the undying lands. Yet Miriel's spirit departed her body and went to the halls of Mandos, where the dead awaited judgment. Finwë grieved for his wife, but he had a son to raise and a people to rule. Fuena grew swiftly in body, and even more swiftly in mind, absorbing everything the Noldor could teach him, and then surpassing his teachers. By the time he reached adulthood, by elvish reckoning, he was already counted the greatest craftsman of his people, and his works were marveled at by all who saw them. He made things that had never been made before, and thought thoughts that others could barely follow. And some began to say he was the mightiest elf who would ever live. The Teleri eventually tired of dwelling apart from their kindred. They came to Aemon at last, and settled on the shores north of the Calaseria, building a city they called Alquilond, the haven of swans. They made it fair with pillars of pearl and walls of white stone, and they carved their ships in the likeness of swans to honor the birds that flew in the bay. The Teleri remained a people of the water even in Valinor, and they loved their havens more than all the inland glories their kindred had built. The ages passed in peace and growth. The elves made great works and sang great songs and learned from the Valar all they were willing to teach. Tirion and Alquilond became cities of legend, beautiful beyond anything Middle-earth could offer. The friendship between the three kindreds grew deep despite their differences, for they were all children of the stars, and they remembered the journey that had brought them here. They thought this peace would last forever, that they had reached the end of all questing and suffering, and that the ages ahead would be nothing but growth and joy under the light of the trees. They were wrong. Already the seeds of discord were being planted in ways too subtle for even the wise to detect. Melkor had been released from his long imprisonment and walked again in Valinor, the undying lands, feigning repentance he did not feel. And Fëanor was growing into a pride that would prove more dangerous than any malice, a certainty of his own greatness that would accept no limits. But for now there was only light and peace, and the elves dwelt in Valinor, believing they had found the ending of all tales. The darkness that would shatter their bliss still lay years ahead, and they did not see it coming. Finin took a second wife after years of mourning Miriel. Indise was of the Vanyar, fair-haired and wise, and she gave him more sons and daughters who were noble in their own right. But Fëanor felt his father's remarriage as a betrayal of his mother's memory, and he withdrew into his craft with something like bitterness. The house of Finwë was divided from that moment, for Fëanor loved his half-brothers little and trusted them less. His hands shaped wonders regardless. He developed new methods of forging that others could barely comprehend, and created alloys that had never existed before. He improved the writing system the Noldor used, and made a new one more efficient and beautiful. Everything he touched seemed to become greater than it had been, as if his spirit poured into his works and transformed them from within. The Noldor followed him eagerly. Young craftsmen especially sought him out as a teacher, though he was difficult and demanding and accepted few students. Those he did accept learned quickly or were dismissed, for he had no patience for slowness, even when the student was genuinely trying. His standards were impossibly high because his own abilities made him think everything should be easy that he found easy. Maton, the smith, taught Fëanor metallurgy in those days. He was a great craftsman himself and served Aule in his workshops, and he shared knowledge with Fëanor that few others possessed. His daughter Nerdinel caught Fëanor's eye, for she was strong-willed and skilled in working with stone. She became his wife and bore him 7 sons, and for a time it seemed Fëanor might soften into something approaching contentment. But his pride was growing faster than his happiness. He began to speak openly about the weakness of the Valar's teaching, saying they held back the deepest secrets of craft for themselves. He questioned why the Noldor should remain in Valinor under the Valar's authority when Middle-earth lay empty and vast, ready for great works if only the Elves had the courage to return there. His words found listeners among the younger Noldor who had never known hardship and found paradise boring. Melkor perceived this discontent and fed it carefully. He had been released from his imprisonment years before, claiming repentance for his ancient crimes, and the Valar had foolishly believed him. Now he walked in Valinor, spreading doubt and discord wherever he went, and he saw in Fëanor the perfect instrument for his revenge. He approached the great craftsman with honeyed words, praising his genius and lamenting how the Valar feared and constrained it. Fëanor listened because the words matched his own thoughts. Melkor told him the Valar were jealous of the Elves' growing power and wanted to keep them weak and dependent. He suggested that the younger sons of Finin might covet Fëanor's position and his works, that they whispered against him to their father. He planted seeds of paranoia that grew quickly in soil already prepared by pride and resentment. The poison spread through Tirion slowly. Fëanor began to speak more boldly against the Valar's rule and to gather followers who agreed that the Noldor should seek their own path. He made speeches in the squares of the city arguing for independence and warning against complacency. His words were brilliant and terrible together, for he had the gift of language to match his skill with his hands, and he swayed many who heard him. Finnier saw what was happening and tried to counsel his eldest son toward moderation. The Valar had given the Noldor everything they possessed. An open rebellion against them was both ungrateful and unwise, but Fëanor would not hear caution from his father, whom he now saw as weakened by love for Indies and loyalty to the Valar. The gap between them widened until barely anything remained of their old affection. Then Fëanor created the Silmarils, and everything changed. He took light from the 2 trees somehow. Capturing their radiance in 3 jewels he crafted from materials none could identify. The jewels shone with an inner light that was the light of Valinor made solid and imperishable, and all who looked upon them were filled with wonder and longing. They were the greatest works ever made by the hands of the Elves, and nothing crafted before or after would equal them. Fëanor wore them often and would not let them leave his sight. He had poured something of himself into their making, and they were precious to him beyond all else in the world. Vada herself blessed them so that no evil thing could touch them without being burned, and they became holy as well as beautiful. But their very perfection made them objects of desire for those whose hearts were bent toward possessing rather than creating. Melkor looked upon the Silmarils and wanted them with a hunger that consumed all other thoughts. Here was light he could steal and darken, beauty he could mar, and in the stealing he would wound Fëanor more deeply than any words could do. The seeds he had planted would bear fruit in the rage Fëanor would feel when the jewels were taken, and that rage would accomplish what Melkor's own strength could not. The crisis came when Fëanor drew a sword on his half-brother Fingolfin in the streets of Tirion. Words had been exchanged and pride had been wounded, and Fëanor's temper broke into violence that shocked all who witnessed it. The Valar summoned him before them and judged him for the crime of threatening another elf with a weapon, something that had never been done in Valinor before. They exiled him from Tirion for 12 years, and he went north to Formenos with Finn his father, who would not let his eldest son go alone into banishment. The house of Finwë was shattered now beyond any simple mending. Fingolfin ruled the Noldor in Tirion, while Fëanor brooded in Formenos, surrounded by his treasures and his sons. The Silmarils were with him in exile, locked away from the light they had been made to capture, and he grew more possessive of them with each passing day. His pride had brought him to this place, but he blamed everyone except himself for his isolation. Melkor's lies were exposed at last, and he fled before the Valar could capture him. He vanished from Valinor, and the Valar searched for him in vain, for he had concealed himself in the darkness beyond their borders. But before he fled, he had accomplished his work, turning Fëanor's pride into paranoia and splitting the Noldor into factions that would never fully reconcile. The damage was done and could not be undone, and the peace of Valinor was broken even before the greater disaster that was coming. The light of the trees still shone over Tirion and Alqualond. The elves still dwelt in beauty and safety, and most of them thought the crisis had passed now that Melkor was gone. But Fëanor sat in Formenos, brooding over his jewels, and his heart was hardening toward everyone except his sons. The fire that gave him his name was burning hotter now, and soon it would burn down everything the elves had built in the Blessed Realm. The age of peace was ending, and none of them knew it yet. Melkor had not fled alone into the darkness beyond Valinor's borders. He had journeyed south to the place where Ungoliant dwelt, a creature of shadow older than the world's shaping. She lived in a ravine where no light penetrated, spinning webs of darkness that devoured all radiance that came near them. Melkor came before her and made a bargain that would doom Valinor, the Undying Lands, promising her whatever she desired if she would aid him in his revenge. Ungoliant was hungry always. She fed on light itself, consuming it and giving back only emptiness and void. The thought of drinking the light of the two trees filled her with a craving she could not resist, and she agreed to Melkor's proposal. Together they came north again, Melkor and the Spider Thing, and Ungoliant wove a cloak of darkness around them both, so that even the eyes of the Valar could not pierce it. They approached Valinor on a day of festival when the Valar and Elves were gathered at Manwë's halls on Tannakettle. The guard was down and attention was elsewhere, and the two evils passed through defences that should have held against any assault. They came to Azalahar, where the two trees grew in their beauty and power, and there they struck. Melkor drove his spear into Telpyrion's trunk, and the silver tree shuddered. Ungoliant climbed into Laurelin's branches and set her mouth against the bark, and she began to drink. The light that had shone for ages uncounted started to dim as she sucked it into her endless hunger. Melkor struck again and again, piercing both trees, and Ungoliant drank and drank until the light failed completely. Darkness fell on Valinor for the first time since the trees had been made. The Valar and Elves on Tanaketel saw the light die and cried out in horror, for they could not imagine what catastrophe had occurred. They rushed down from the mountain, but the darkness Ungoliant had spun slowed them, and by the time they reached Azalahar, the trees were beyond saving. The great trunks were pierced and poisoned, and the wells of light had been drained to nothing. Telperion stood, silver-grey and dying. Laurelin's golden leaves were blackened, and her light was gone. The two trees that had lit Valinor since the world's youth were dead, and only the stars remained to give light to the realm that had known endless day. The Valar stood before the trees, in grief too deep for words, and even the elves who had lived here for ages felt loss like a physical blow. Melkor and Ungoliant had already fled northward, hidden in the darkness she wove around them. The Valar sent pursuit, but could not find them, for Ungoliant's void weaving was too deep, and Melkor knew paths the hunters did not. They escaped into the north, and made for Melkor's old fortress of Angband, and with them went the light that had been Valinor's greatest treasure. Word came to Formenos at nearly the same moment. Messengers arrived breathless and horrified, crying that the trees had been murdered and darkness had fallen. Fëanor heard, and his first thought was for the Silmarils, for they alone now held the light that had been lost. He rushed to his treasury to ensure they were safe, and found the doors broken and his father lying dead before them. Finan had died defending his son's treasures. Melkor had come to Formenos, while the Valar were distracted, and the king of the Noldor had stood before his vault and would not stand aside. Melkor had struck him down without hesitation, the first murder of an elf in Valinor's history, and had broken into the vault to take what he sought. The Silmarils were gone, stolen along with other treasures Fëanor had stored there, and Fingal lay dead in their defense. Fëanor knelt beside his father's body, and something broke in him. Grief and rage mixed together into something that transcended both, a fury so absolute it seemed to burn the air around him. His father was dead, and his greatest works were stolen, and the thief was the same Melkor who had poisoned his mind with lies and set him against his own kin. Everything Fëanor had feared and warned against had come to pass, and he had been proven right in the worst possible way. The Noldor gathered in Tirion under stars that seemed dimmer now that the trees were gone. They called Fëanor to come and speak, for despite his exile he was still the greatest among them, and they needed his strength in this crisis. He came down from Formenos with his 7 sons behind him, and he stood before his people with eyes that burned like coals in the darkness. He told them what had happened at Formenos. He spoke of Finwë's death and the theft of the Silmarils, and his voice was cold with rage, barely contained. The jewels that held the only remaining light of the trees were in Melkor's hands now, taken north to whatever hell he dwelt in. If the light were to be recovered, if vengeance were to be taken for Finwë's murder, the Noldor would have to leave Valinor and pursue Melkor into Middle-earth. The Valar came to the gathering and asked if the Silmarils might be broken to restore the trees. Javanna said she could perhaps heal the trees if she had the light the jewels contained, though even that was uncertain. But Fëanor refused before she finished speaking. The Silmarils were his, and his alone, made by his hands and containing his spirit, and he would not break them even to restore what had been lost. If the light of the trees was gone forever, then so be it, but his works would remain intact. The selfishness of this answer shocked even those who knew Fëanor well. He would not give up his jewels even to heal the greatest loss Valinor had ever suffered. Even when his father lay dead and the darkness pressed in around them, his love for his own works was greater than his love for the light they contained. And in that moment many of the Noldor saw him clearly for the first time. But Fëanor himself felt no shame. The Silmarils had been stolen, and he would recover them regardless of what it cost. Melkor had taken his father and his treasures, and for that there would be a reckoning that would shake the foundations of the world. His rage was terrible and implacable, and it would drive him to deeds both heroic and horrific in the years ahead. The darkness over Valinor remained. The trees were dead and would not be healed. Finn was dead and would not return to life. The Silmarils were gone into the north, and with them went the only light that might have restored what was lost. The blessed realm that had known only peace and beauty for ages was wounded beyond healing, and the wound would fester into catastrophe before much more time had passed. Fëanor would not remain in Tirion. He went north again to Forminus and gathered his sons around him. And in that place where his father had died, he began to forge something more terrible than any object his hands had ever shaped. He would make an oath so binding that not even death could break it. Words that would compel him and his sons to pursue the Silmarils, no matter what stood in their way. His sons were Medrose, the tall Magla, the mighty singer, Celegorm, the fair Carantha, the dark Curufin, who was most like his father in skill and pride, and the twins Amrod and Amros. They stood before Fëanor and listened as he told them what he intended, and though some of them felt doubt, none dared speak against him. Their father's grief was a force too great to oppose, and his will bent them all to his purpose. The words of the oath were crafted with the same precision Fëanor brought to his greatest works. Every syllable was chosen for binding power, every phrase constructed to eliminate any possibility of escape. He swore by the name of LOTR himself, the one who was above even the Valar, that he would pursue anyone who kept a Silmaril from him. He swore enmity and vengeance against any being who held the jewels, whether it was Melkor himself or anyone else who might possess them. He swore this for himself and for his sons, binding them all to the same terrible purpose. Then he spoke the oath aloud. His voice rang out in the darkness of Forminus, and the words fell like hammers on iron. His sons heard them and understood what was being asked, that they would be bound by this oath for as long as they existed. Some hesitated before speaking, but all spoke in the end, one by one repeating the words their father had crafted. The oath took hold of them and would not let them go, and they were bound to its purpose unto the ending of the world. The oath was complete, but Fëanor's work was not. He returned to Tirion and called the Noldor to gather again, and this time he spoke to them not as one seeking advice, but as one declaring his will. He said the Noldor had grown soft in Valinor, the Undying Lands, accepting gifts from the Valar, like children dependent on their parents. He said they should be their own masters in their own lands, creating their own kingdoms in Middle-earth, without the Valar's supervision. He spoke of the wide lands across the sea that lay empty and waiting. He painted pictures of kingdoms the Noldor could build there, cities that would rival Tirion. works that would exceed anything possible in Valinor, where the Valar's power overshadowed all. He said that Teleri had ships enough to carry them across the sea, if only they would lend them. And once in Middle-earth, the Noldor would be free at last. Some among the Noldor heard these words and recognized them for what they were. Finarfin especially argued against the madness of rebellion, saying the Valar had given them everything and deserved loyalty rather than betrayal. But his voice was drowned out by those who had been swayed by Finar's vision. Young Noldor, who had never known hardship and thought adventure sounded glorious. Fingolfin stood silent during much of the debate. He loved his half-brother little after the sword had been drawn on him in Tyrion's streets, but he loved the Noldor more than he hated Finar. If the greater part of his people chose to follow Finar into exile, Fingolfin would not let them go alone and leaderless into whatever disasters awaited. He would come too and try to limit the damage Finar's pride was certain to cause. The Valar sent messengers begging the Noldor to reconsider. Mandos himself came and spoke of the doom that awaited those who left Valinor in rebellion. But his words were vague and filled with dread rather than specific warnings. The Noldor heard prophecies of darkness and death and defeat, but they did not hear clear reasons they should stay. Some were frightened by Mandus's words, but others took them as challenges to be overcome rather than warnings to be heeded. Finar's answer to the Valar was absolute refusal. He would leave Valinor with or without their blessing, and he would pursue Melkor until the Silmarils were recovered or he died in the attempt. The oath bound him now, and he could not turn back even if he wanted to, which he did not. His pride would not let him remain in a realm where the Valar held authority over him, and his rage would not let him rest while Melkor lived unpunished. The Noldor began to prepare for departure. They gathered weapons and supplies, for they did not know what Middle-earth would require of them. The smiths worked furiously, making armor and swords, for Finar told them they would be marching to war and must go equipped for battle. The scribes copied what lore they could carry, for the Noldor would not leave behind all the knowledge they had gained in Valinor. Families divided over the choice as they had divided at Quivionin ages before. Some Noldor chose to remain in Valinor, regardless of what their kin decided, and they said farewell to brothers and sisters and children who would not be swayed. The grief was real, but it was mixed with anger now. For those who stayed felt betrayed by those who left, and those who left felt constrained by those who stayed. The host assembled at last in the north of Valinor. Thousands of Noldor gathered under starlight, armed and determined, ready to march into exile for the sake of vengeance and pride. Fëanor stood at their head with his 7 sons around him, and the oath burned in them like fire. Behind them came Fingolfin with his son Fingon and his followers, coming reluctantly but coming nonetheless. Behind them came Finarfin's people, most torn of all by the choice they had made. The march began, and Valinor fell behind them. The Noldor walked north toward the Helcarax, the grinding ice that bridged the gap between Aemon and Middle-earth. They thought they would cross there and reach the lands beyond, but Fëanor had other plans. He intended to go to Alqualond first and convince the Teleri to lend their ships, for he saw no reason to endure the ice when ships could carry them across in comfort. He did not consider what he would do if the Teleri refused him, or perhaps he did consider and simply did not care. The oath demanded he recover the Silmarils, and anything that stood between him and that goal was merely an obstacle to be overcome. The darkness over Valinor remained behind them. The rebellion was in motion now and could not be stopped. The oath had been spoken and could not be unspoken. Fenar had set in motion catastrophes that would echo through ages, and the blood that would be spilled had not yet begun to flow. The host of the Noldor came to Alqualond as night deepened over the coast. The white walls of the Teleri city gleamed pale in starlight, and the swan ships rode at anchor in the harbour beyond counting. Fenar looked at those ships and saw his path to Middle-earth, and he went forward to claim them as if they were already his. The Teleri came to meet him at the harbour. They had heard of the rebellion and the march north, and they were troubled by news that the Noldor meant to leave Valinor, the undying lands. Olaway, their lord, stood on the quays surrounded by his people, and he listened as Fëanor made his request. The Noldor needed ships to cross the sea, for the northern ice was deadly, and they had no wish to lose people to its grinding cold. Olor refused. The ships were dear to the Teleri beyond gold or jewels, for they had built them with their own hands under Os's teaching, and they loved them as living things. They would not lend them to the Noldor for a rebellion the Valar opposed, and certainly not to aid in pursuing Melkor, whom even the Valar could not catch. He offered friendship and aid of other kinds, but the ships he would not give. Fëanor heard the refusal, and his rage kindled. He had come expecting cooperation, and would not accept denial, for the oath drove him, and every delay was agony. He told Old Teleri were cowards for hiding behind the Valar's skirts, that they had grown soft in their peaceful harbour while the Noldor were willing to face real danger. His words were calculated to wound, and they struck deep. The Teleri answered with anger of their own. They said the Noldor were mad to leave Valinor over pride and stolen jewels, and madder still to think they deserved whatever they demanded. The ships were not Fëanor's to take and would not be given, and if he thought otherwise, he could depart without them. The two peoples stood facing each other on the quays, and the air between them crackled with tension that might break into violence at any moment. Fëanor gave an order to his sons. They moved toward the ships as if to board them by force, and the Teleri moved to stop them. Shoving began, and then striking, and someone drew a blade, though none could say afterward who struck the first blow. The fighting spread like fire through dry grass, and within moments the harbour was chaos. The Noldor were armed and armoured for war. The Teleri had only what tools and weapons they kept at hand for fishing and maintenance, and they were no match for warriors equipped for battle. But they fought desperately to protect their ships, throwing themselves against the Noldor with fury born of violation. Blood fell on white stones for the first time in Valinor's history, and the stain would never fully wash away. Fingon came with reinforcements, not knowing what was happening. He saw his kindred locked in battle with the Teleri, and thought the harbour folk had attacked them, and he threw his strength into the fight without understanding the truth. His forces turned the tide decisively, for the Teleri could not stand against so many armed Noldor. They were driven back from the quays and into the city streets, fighting at every step but losing ground constantly. The slaughter was terrible. Teleri fell by dozens and then by hundreds, cut down as they tried to defend what was theirs. Some were driven into the water and drowned in armour not meant for swimming. Others were cornered in the streets and killed where they stood, still shouting defiance even as blades found them. The Noldor who had come for ships found themselves wading through blood to reach them. LOTR fought among his people and killed some of the Noldor before he was overwhelmed. He was not slain, but captured, forced to watch as his city ran red and his people died defending their treasures. Some Teleri fled inland, seeking help from the Valar, while others barricaded themselves in their halls and refused to come out. The fighting raged through the night, and by dawn the harbor was secured and the ships were in Noldor hands. The aftermath was worse than the battle. Bodies lay everywhere the eye could see. Most of them Teleri, for the Noldor had been armed, and the harbor folk had not. The white stone of the quays was scarlet with blood, and the water of the harbor was stained dark. The swan ships rode at anchor as beautiful as ever, but now they were prizes of war rather than gifts freely given. Default text: many of the Noldor looked at what they had done and felt horror creeping over their battle rage. This was not the glorious departure they had imagined, and these were not enemies they had meant to fight. The Teleri were their kindred, people who had walked the same road from Quivionen and dwelt beside them in Valinor for ages. Now they lay dead by Noldor swords, and the reason seemed suddenly hollow and terrible. Finarfin looked upon the carnage and made his choice. He would not continue this rebellion if it meant more kinslaying and more violation of everything the elves held sacred. He gathered those of his people who felt the same, and they turned back southward toward Tirion, and whatever mercy the Valar might show them. His departure took perhaps a third of the host with him, and those who remained were diminished by his going, but Fëanor felt no regret. The ships were taken, and the path to Middle-earth was open, and that was all that mattered. The Teleri had refused him and paid the price for their refusal, and he would not waste time mourning those who had stood between him and his oath's fulfillment. He ordered the ships prepared for sailing, and the Noldor began loading them with supplies and weapons. The Valar's messenger came before they could depart. Mandos himself stood on the blood-stained quays and pronounced doom upon the Noldor, who would continue in rebellion. He spoke of tears unnumbered and griefs beyond counting, of betrayal and defeat and death. He said the oath would devour those who spoke it, that they would find no rest and win no lasting victory. He said those who sailed would be exiles forever, barred from return until they had suffered enough to learn what they had refused to understand in peace. The doom fell upon the Noldor like a weight they would carry forever. Some who heard it lost heart and turned back even then, unable to bear the burden of prophecy so dark. But most remained, either because they did not believe the words, or because they had come too far to turn back. Fëanor laughed at the doom, and said he would accept any fate if it meant recovering the Silmarils. And his sons laughed with him, though the sound was hollow. They boarded the ships at last. The swan ships of the Teleri carried the Noldor away from Valinor's coast, and behind them they left blood and grief and broken friendship. Alqualond would never forget what had been done there, and the shadow of the kinslaying would follow the Noldor through all the ages to come. But they were committed now to their path, and Middle-earth lay ahead across dark water that had never seemed so wide. The swan ships carried the Noldor north along Valinor's coast and then eastward toward Middle-earth. But there were not ships enough for all who had come to Alqualon, and many of the Noldor were left standing on the shore watching their kindred sail without them. Fingolfin's people, especially, had few ships, for they had arrived late to the kinslaying, and the vessels were already claimed by those who had fought for them. Fëanor told them the ships would return. Once his own people were across the sea, they would send the vessels back for the rest of the host, and all the Noldor would be reunited in Middle-earth. Fingolfin heard this promise and had no choice but to trust it, for the alternative was to turn back in shame to Valinor. His people waited on the northern shores as the ships disappeared into the distance, and they tried to believe they had not been abandoned. The ships made landfall, at last, on Middle-earth's western shore. The place was called Lasgar, a narrow fjord where dark water cut between steep cliffs. The Noldor disembarked and set foot on the land they had left ages ago, and it felt strange under their feet after so long in deathless Valinor. The air smelled different here, wilder and colder, and the stars above seemed dimmer than they remembered. Fëanor looked at the ships riding at anchor. He thought of the long journey back to retrieve Fingolfin's host, and he thought of the delay that journey would cost him. Every moment the Silmarils remained in Melkor's possession was agony to him, and the oath burned in his mind, demanding he move forward immediately. The idea of sending the ships back became unbearable the longer he considered it. His decision came suddenly. He gave orders to his sons and his most loyal followers, and they began dragging the ships onto the shore. The Teleri's beautiful swan ships, built with love and skill over long years, were piled with driftwood and dry brush. Torches were lit and applied to the hulls, and within moments the flames were spreading. The ships burned through the night. The fire could be seen for miles in every direction, a beacon that announced the Noldor's arrival to anything watching in Middle-earth's darkness. The swan ships that had sailed from Alqualond cracked and collapsed as the flames consumed them, and their ashes mixed with the sand of the northern shore. Fëanor stood watching the burning and felt no regret, for now there was no turning back and no delay. Fingolfin's people saw the fires from the western shore of the sea. They stood on Valinor's edge and watched light blooming in the distant east, and slowly they understood what it meant. The ships were burning. Fëanor had betrayed them deliberately, stranding them on the wrong side of the water while he continued on with his own followers. The promise to return had been a lie from the beginning. The grief and rage that swept through Fingolfin's host was terrible. They had endured the rebellion and the doom and the guilt of Alqualond, and they had trusted that at least their fellow Noldor would not abandon them. Now they were betrayed by their own kindred, left standing on a shore with no way forward and only shame behind them. Some wept and some cursed, and some simply stood silent in shock too deep for words. Fingolfin himself felt something harden in his heart. He had come on this march reluctantly to keep his people together, and now he was betrayed by the half-brother he had never trusted. But he would not turn back, and he would not let his people scatter in despair. If Fëanor thought the sea would stop them, he was wrong, for there was another path to Middle-earth. The Helcarax lay to the north, the grinding ice that connected the two lands, and they would cross it on foot if they must. The decision was made, and the march began. Fingolfin led his people north along Valinor's coast to where the ice began, and they stepped out onto it without knowing if they would survive. The Helcarax was a place of death and grinding cold, where icebergs the size of mountains crashed together and opened chasms that swallowed anything in their path. No one had crossed it since the world was made, and none knew if it could be crossed at all. The ice was worse than any of them imagined. It moved constantly with the sea beneath it, breaking and reforming in patterns no one could predict. Crevasses opened without warning, and elves fell into black water that froze flesh in moments. The cold bit through every layer of clothing, and the wind carried ice crystals that cut exposed skin like knives. They walked in darkness most of the time, for the stars were often hidden by clouds and storms. People began to die almost immediately. The old and the very young went first, unable to endure the cold and the constant terror. Then the sick and the injured followed them, for there was no place to rest and recover on the grinding ice. The bodies could not be buried in ice and stone, so they were left where they fell, and the living moved on. Every morning brought new losses, and every night brought despair deeper than the last. Ellen was among the dead. She was Turgon's wife, and she fell through ice that gave way beneath her feet. Turgon tried to save her, but the weight of her armor dragged her down, and he had to choose between dying with her and living for their daughter Idril. He chose life and bore the guilt of it. Forever after, and his daughter grew up without a mother in the most terrible crossing any of the elves had ever endured. The crossing took years. They lost count of the days and months as they struggled forward, knowing only that each step brought them closer to Middle-earth or closer to death. They ate what little they had brought, and then ate nothing, growing gaunt and hollow-eyed. They helped each other when they could, and left behind those they could not help, and the guilt of the abandonment was almost worse than the physical suffering. Fingolfin led them through it all. He walked at the front of the column and never spoke of turning back, and his strength became their strength. He had been betrayed and abandoned and sentenced to death by his own half-brother, but he would not give Fëanor the satisfaction of breaking him. He would cross this ice, and he would find Fëanor on the other side, and there would be a reckoning for what had been done. They emerged at last on Middle-earth's shore, fewer by far than when they had started. The survivors looked like ghosts, pale and starved and haunted by what they had endured. They had crossed the Helcarax alive, but they had paid a price in blood and grief that could never be calculated. The unity of the Noldor was broken beyond repair now, shattered by Fëanor's betrayal and tempered by suffering into something harder and darker than what had left Valinor. The fellowship was ended. Fëanor's host was ahead, somewhere in Middle-earth, pursuing the Silmarils, while Fingolfin's host was behind them, carrying memories of the ice and fury that would not fade. They were both Noldor and both exiles, but they would never again trust each other as kindred should. The burning of the ships and the crossing of the ice had created a wound that would ache through all the ages of their exile, and the shadow of it would fall across every alliance they tried to build. Fingolfin's host came down from the Helcaraxo onto Middle-earth's shore, and they looked like death walking. Their faces were hollow with starvation and scored by icewind. Their armor was battered and broken, and their eyes held memories that would never fade. But they had survived what should have killed them, and that survival had forged them into something harder than any metal. They stood on solid ground at last, and felt the earth steady beneath their feet, and some fell to their knees, weeping with relief. The land before them was dark and cold. No sun had ever risen here, and no moon had crossed the sky, for those lights had not yet been made. Only stars gave illumination, and by their dim glow the Noldor could see hills rising inland and mountains beyond those. Somewhere in this vast darkness, Fena's host had gone ahead, and somewhere farther still, Morgoth dwelt in Angband with the Silmarils. But first they needed rest and food and time to remember they were alive. They made a rough camp on the shore. Fires were lit, and what little food remained was shared out, though it was not nearly enough for people who had been starving for years. Fingolfin moved among his people, checking on them, speaking words of encouragement to those who needed it most. His daughter, Aradhel, was with him, and his sons Fingen and Turgon, and together they held the host together when despair might have broken it completely. The stars wheeled overhead in their familiar patterns. The Noldor had known these stars since Quivianan, and their light was constant even when everything else had changed. But something was different about the sky this night, though none could say exactly what. The darkness seemed less absolute somehow, as if the world were holding its breath, waiting for something immense. Then the change began in the east. The horizon there started to lighten in a way the Noldor had never seen before, a gradual increase in brightness that was neither starlight nor firelight. Some noticed it first and called out to the others, and the whole host turned to stare at the phenomenon. The light grew stronger moment by moment, and colors appeared that had no names in any language the elves possessed. The sun rose for the first time over Middle-earth. It came up burning gold and glorious, flooding the land with radiance that made the stars fade to near invisibility. The Noldor, who had known only starlight and the trees' glow, stood transfixed as day broke around them. And they saw for the first time what the world looked like under the sun. Colors were brighter and shadows were sharper, and everything seemed more real somehow than it had been in darkness. Fingolfin understood immediately that this was a sign. The Valar had not abandoned them despite the rebellion and the doom and the kinslaying at Alquilland. They had made a new light to replace the trees that had been murdered, and they had set it to rise just as the Noldor emerged from their terrible crossing. It was not forgiveness, but it was acknowledgement, and it gave Fingolfin hope that their exile might not be entirely without purpose. He gave orders to prepare for a march. They would not skulk into Middle-earth like thieves ashamed of their presence, but would announce themselves boldly. The trumpets were brought out and cleaned of ice and rust, and the banners that had been carefully preserved through the crossing were unfurled. The host formed itself into marching order despite exhaustion and starvation, for they would enter this land with pride intact. The trumpet sounded as the sun climbed higher. Silver and clear the notes rang out across the empty land, echoing from the hills and carrying for miles. The Noldor began to march inland with their king at their head, and their tattered banners streamed in the morning wind. They sang as they marched, defiant songs that spoke of endurance and survival, and their voices rose strong despite everything they had suffered. Morgoth heard the trumpets from Angband far to the north. He had thought himself victorious after murdering the trees and stealing the Silmarils, and he had expected the Valar to cower in darkness while he built his power unopposed. The sunrise shocked him, for he had not anticipated the Valar would create new lights, and the sound of Noldor trumpets terrified him. The exiles had come at last, as he had always feared they might, bringing their craft and their fury to challenge his dominion. He sent forces south to meet the Noldor and test their strength. Orcs came boiling out of Angband in numbers beyond counting, but they were creatures of darkness and the new sunlight pained them. They moved slowly and reluctantly in the day's glare, and when they met Fingolfin's host, they were already demoralized. The Noldor, who had survived the Helcaraxo, fell upon them with rage that had been building for years, and the orcs broke and fled before warriors who could not be stopped. Fina's host was farther east already. They had been in Middle-earth for weeks by the time the sun rose, moving north toward Angband with furious speed. Fëanor drove them relentlessly forward, for the oath gave him no rest, and he would not wait for anything. When the sun appeared, he barely paused to marvel at it before pushing on, and his sons followed him into ever greater danger. The two hosts of the Noldor did not meet. Fingolfin marched inland toward the region called Mithrim, where a great lake offered fresh water and defensible terrain. Finhar was already beyond there, moving north toward his doom, and the gap between the hosts was both physical and spiritual. The ship burning had created a wound that would not heal quickly, and neither leader was interested in reconciliation when there were greater concerns demanding attention. The world was changed utterly by the sunrise. Animals that had known only darkness had to adapt or die, and plants that had grown under starlight alone now felt the sun's warmth for the first time. The Avari who had remained at Quivianen, and the Sindar who dwelt in Beleriand, all looked up in wonder at the new light, and they did not know what it meant or where it had come from. Only the Noldor understood that this was the Valar's work, a replacement for what Morgoth had destroyed. The moon had risen first actually, some nights before, but in the chaos of the Noldor's arrival that detail was forgotten by the chroniclers. Both lights were Valar-made, the last flowers of the trees set in the sky to give illumination to a darkened world. They would serve until the end of days, waxing and waning in their courses, reminding all who saw them that even the greatest evil could not extinguish light completely. Fingolfin led his people to Mithrim and made camp there. The lake was fair even in their exhausted eyes, and the land around it would support settlement. They would rest here and rebuild their strength, and then they would establish themselves in Middle-earth properly. The crossing had been survived and the arrival had been made, and now the real work of their exile would begin. Finar's host moved north from their landing with speed that bordered on madness. They had been in Middle-earth only days when they encountered the first of Morgoth's forces, and the battle that followed would be known as Dagor Nuin Giliath, the battle under stars. The sun had not yet risen when the fighting began, and only starlight illuminated the clash of armies that would set the pattern for all the wars to come. The orcs came in vast numbers, but they were not prepared for the fury of the Noldor. Fëanor's people had endured betrayal and exile and the guilt of kinslaying, and all that rage found outlet in battle. They fell upon Morgoth's servants with skill learned in Valinor and wrath forged in suffering, and the orcs broke before them like waves against cliffs. The fighting was brutal and swift, and by the time the stars began to fade, the field was won. But Fëanor would not be satisfied with victory on the field. He saw the orcs fleeing north toward Angband, and he burned to pursue them all the way to Morgoth's gates. The Silmarils were there in that fortress, and every moment of delay was agony to him. His sons tried to counsel caution, for the host was tired from the battle, and they had no knowledge of what lay ahead. But Fëanor would not hear wisdom that contradicted his desire. He gathered a company of his best warriors and rode north in pursuit. His sons came with him because they were bound by the oath and by love, and they would not let their father ride to his death alone. They chased the fleeing orcs through the hills and into the plains before Angband, and they killed everything that stood before them. Fanar rode at the front, laughing with battle joy. For this was the revenge he had been promised, and it tasted sweet. The land grew darker as they approached Angband. Morgoth had built his fortress in a place where the earth itself seemed poisoned, and shadows gathered there that had nothing to do with the absence of light. The mountains called Erd Engrin rose black against the stars, and beneath them Morgoth's gates stood open like a mouth, waiting to swallow whatever came close. Fenar saw those gates and rode toward them still, for caution meant nothing to him now. The trap closed. Balrogs came forth from Angband in answer to Morgoth's summons, demons of fire and shadow that had served the enemy since before the world was made. They came in numbers, and they came with purpose, for Morgoth had commanded them to destroy this threat before it could grow dangerous. The Noldor, who had been pursuing orcs, suddenly found themselves surrounded by foes far more terrible. Fenar fought like a force of nature. His sword was everywhere at once, and Balrogs fell before him, though they were creatures of Aenir kind and should not have been able to die. His skill and his rage made him mighty beyond the measure of elves, and for a time it seemed he might actually cut his way through to Angband's gates. But there were too many, and he was too far from his main host, and slowly the Balrogs wore him down. Gothmog was the lord of Balrogs, and he led the assault personally. He struck Fenar with his whip of flame, and the wounds burned with fire that would not be quenched. Fenar staggered, but did not fall, and he wounded Gothmog in return before other Balrogs pressed in around him. His sons fought desperately to reach him, but the enemy was too thick between them, and they could only watch as their father was struck down. The Noldor retreated, carrying Fenar with them. The Balrogs pursued for a time, but did not press too hard, for Morgoth had not commanded them to destroy the entire host yet. They had accomplished what they were sent to do, and they withdrew back to Angband, bearing their own wounded. The Noldor fell back south toward the position where their main force waited, and they laid Fenar down, knowing his wounds were mortal. He lingered long enough to see the sun rise. The new light flooded across the land, and he turned his face toward it. And in that moment he understood that the Valar had not abandoned Middle-earth, despite everything. But the understanding came too late to change anything, for his oath still bound him, and his pride still ruled him. He spoke to his sons in his final moments, and charged them to continue what he had begun, to pursue the Silmarils no matter what the cost. They gave him promises they would spend ages trying to keep. Then Fenar died. His spirit was fierce beyond the measure of his body, and when death took him, his body crumbled to ash where he lay. The fire within him consumed his physical form completely, leaving nothing but dust to mark where the greatest of the Noldor had fallen. His sons gathered the ashes and built no cairn, for their father had been his own funeral pyre. The Noldor had been in Middle-earth less than a month. Already their mightiest was dead, and 7 princes were bound by an oath that would destroy them all eventually. The war against Morgoth had begun in earnest, with a victory that felt like defeat. For Fenar's death left a wound in his people's strength that would never fully heal. He had led them into exile with promises of glory and revenge, and he had died before establishing anything lasting in the land he had demanded they come to. Midros became the leader of Fenar's house by right of being eldest. The oath bound him and his brothers, now without their father's presence, to give it direction, and they would have to decide for themselves how to pursue its demands. The burden was heavy, and it would grow heavier with each passing year, for the Silmarils were locked in Morgoth's crown, and recovering them would require more than courage and fury. The battle under stars was over. Fëanor's fire had burned bright and brief, and now it was extinguished. His legacy would live on in his sons and in the works his hands had made, but the Maker himself was gone beyond recall. The Noldor mourned him even as they recognized that his death might have prevented worse catastrophes, for his pride and his oath together might have driven him to deeds that would make Alqualon seem merciful by comparison. But that question would never be answered now, and they were left with only grief and the long war ahead. The hosts of the Noldor were reunited at last by Lake Mithrim, though the reunion was bitter. Fingolfin's people came down from their camp to meet Fëanor's survivors, and the two groups looked at each other across a gulf that was more than physical distance. One host bore the marks of the Helcarax, while the other carried guilt for abandoning them, and neither could forget what lay between them. But they were both Noldor and both exiles, and they had enemies enough without making war on each other. Medrose tried to build bridges his father had burned. He went to Fingolfin and acknowledged the betrayal openly, saying the ship burning had been a crime against their own kindred. He offered to yield the kingship to Fingolfin, for his uncle had led more people through worse trials and had proven himself worthy of rule. But Fingolfin refused the offer, knowing that Fëanor's sons needed unity among themselves more than the Noldor needed another division. Medros would lead his father's house, and Fingolfin would lead his own, and between them they would organize resistance to Morgoth. But Morgoth moved first. He sent forces to capture Medros under the pretense of negotiation, promising to discuss terms if the Noldor would send a representative to parley. Medros went despite warnings from his brothers, for he hoped to recover the Silmarils through talk rather than more blood. The parley was a trap, and Morgoth's servants took him in ambush, carrying him away to Angband, while his companions fled. Morgoth chained Medros by the wrist to a cliff face high on Thangaroth. The mountains that stood above Angband were visible for miles across the northern lands, and Medros hung there in torment where all could see but none could reach. He was too high for any rescue, and the rock was too sheer for climbing, and Morgoth left him there as a warning of what happened to those who opposed the Lord of Angband. Days became weeks, and Medros endured, and his cries could be heard echoing down from the heights. Fingon could not bear it. He had been Medrus's closest friend before the exile, despite the divide between their fathers, and he would not leave his cousin to suffer and die on that cliff. He went north, alone, on a desperate quest, and he asked Thorander, the king of eagles, to carry him up to where Medros hung. The great bird agreed, though the mission was perilous, for the eagles remembered kindness from the elves in older days. They came to Thangaradrim in darkness. Fingon was set down on the narrow ledge where Medros was chained, and he tried to break the bonds that held him. But the chains were Morgoth forged, and would not yield to any tool Fingon possessed, and there was no way to free Medros without cutting off his hand. Medros begged him to do it, saying death or maiming was better than hanging there until he went mad. Fingon made the cut with tears in his eyes, and Thorander caught them both as they fell. The rescue happened in the 5th year after the Noldor's arrival. Medros was brought back to his people, diminished but alive, and the wound where his right hand had been would never fully heal. But his spirit was not broken by the torment, and his pride had been tempered into something closer to wisdom. He went again to Fingolfin and yielded the kingship without reservation this time, declaring before all the Noldor that his uncle deserved rule by right of suffering and leadership. Fingolfin accepted the high kingship at last. He had earned it through the ice and through the sunrise march, and no one disputed his right to the title. The Noldor needed a single voice to coordinate their defense and their settlement, and Fingolfin was the leader who could unite them despite the divisions that remained. Medros swore allegiance to him publicly, and his brothers followed that lead, and the feuding between Fëanor's house and Fingolfin's was formally ended. The Noldor began to organize themselves across Beleriand. Fingolfin took the lands around Lake Mithrim for his seat, establishing Hithlum as his realm. Fingon, his son, took the eastern part of that territory, while Turgon was given the southern reaches. The land was fair and defensible, bounded by mountains that could be watched and held against assault from the north. Medros and his brothers spread themselves across the eastern marshes. They took the lands that faced Morgoth's fortress most directly, accepting the danger because the oath drove them to stay close to Angband and the Silmarils within. Medros held the hill of Himring, while his brothers claimed territories stretching south and east, creating a line of fortresses that would guard Beleriand's eastern flank. Finarfin's children claimed lands as well, though their father had turned back at Alqualandu. Finrod and Angrad and Agna came as part of Fingolfin's host, and they were given territories in the west and south. Finrod especially would find his place in Nargothrond, though that city's founding lay years ahead still. For now they scouted the lands they had been granted, and began to understand the country they would defend. The meeting with the Sindar came next. Thingol and Doriath heard of the Noldor's arrival and sent messengers to learn what this invasion meant for his realm. The messengers came to Mithrim and looked upon the new arrivals with wonder and suspicion mixed together, for these were their kindred but also strangers who had dwelt in Valinor's light. They brought Thingol's questions about the Noldor's purpose and their allegiance. Fingolfin met with them and explained what he could without speaking of Alqualandu or the Doom. He said the Noldor had come to make war on Morgoth and to establish kingdoms in Middle-earth, and he offered alliance to Thingol as one elven king to another. The messengers returned to Doriath with this news, and Thingol's answer came back cautiously favorable. He would allow the Noldor to settle in the lands beyond his borders, but Doriath itself remained closed under Millian's protection. A great feast was held in the 20th year to celebrate the establishment of the realms. Marith Adathad, it was called, the Feast of Reuniting, and it brought together Noldor and Sindar, and even some green elves from the south. Thingol sent representatives, though he did not come himself, and for a time it seemed the scattered elves of Beleriand might be united in purpose. They made alliances and swore oaths of friendship, and they looked to the future with something approaching hope. The kingdoms were founded and the king was crowned. The Noldor had established themselves in Middle-earth and made peace with those who had dwelt there first. The long siege of Angband had not yet begun, but the pieces were moving into place, and the war that would define the First Age was taking shape. Fëanor was dead, but his people endured, and the light of Valinor's teaching had come at last to lands that had known only starlight. The years ahead would test them in ways they could not imagine. But for now there was order and purpose, and the satisfaction of work begun well. Years passed in building and strengthening. The Noldor fortified their realms and learned the lands they had claimed, and they grew familiar with the rhythms of Middle-earth under sun and moon. But Morgoth was not idle in Angband, and he watched the growing strength of the elves with hatred that burned hotter each season. In the 60th year after the Noldor's return, he decided the time had come to test their defenses and break them before they grew too strong. Morgoth's forces came south in numbers greater than any assault he had attempted before. Orcs poured from Angband's gates in rivers of steel and malice, and they were led by creatures far worse than themselves. The host was meant to sweep through Beleriand and destroy the elvish kingdoms before they could coordinate their response, catching them divided and unready. But the Noldor had built watchtowers and stationed scouts across the northern borders. They saw the assault coming from miles away and sent warnings south before the enemy arrived. Messengers rode hard to every realm with news that Morgoth was marching in force, and the scattered kingdoms began to mobilize. What might have been a surprise that destroyed them became instead a battle they could meet prepared. Fingolfin called the host together. The Noldor came from Hithlum and from the eastern marshes, where Medrus's brothers held their territories. The Sindar sent forces as well, for they understood that Morgoth threatened them all equally. The armies met in the plains south of Ardgalen and formed a united front for the first time since the realms had been established. The Battle of Dagorab began when the two hosts collided. Morgoth's forces had numbers and fury, but the elves had discipline and skill learned over years of preparation. The Noldor fought with all the craft of Valinor behind them, and the Sindar knew the land better than any invader could learn it. The battle raged for days across the plains and into the foothills, neither side giving ground easily. Morgoth had expected to break through the elvish lines and scatter them in panic. Instead, he found his forces contained and then driven back, for the elves fought with coordination that surprised him. Fingolfin commanded from the center, while Medros led the eastern wing, and between them they orchestrated movements that turned the enemy's numbers against themselves. Orcs died by thousands, and their advance became a retreat. The Noldor pursued the fleeing enemy back toward Angband. They pressed hard enough to ensure the defeat was complete, killing everything that could not run fast enough to escape. The plains before Morgoth's gates were littered with dead, and the survivors that made it back to the fortress brought news of total failure. The sortie that was meant to destroy the elves had been turned into a rout that left Morgoth weakened. The victory was decisive enough that Fingolfin made a bold choice. Rather than simply driving the enemy back and returning to their scattered realms, the Noldor would establish a permanent siege of Angband itself. They would surround Morgoth's fortress and trap him inside, preventing him from launching any more assaults until they grew strong enough to storm his gates. The risk was enormous, but so was the potential gain, for a successful siege might end the threat of Morgoth forever. The armies of the elves spread out around Angband in a great ring. They built fortresses at every strategic point, towers and strongholds that could watch the approaches and sound warning if anything tried to break through. The Noldor took the positions closest to the gates, for they had sworn to bear the greatest burden of the watch. The siege of Angband had begun, and it would last for nearly 400 years. Medros held the eastern flank from his fortress on Himring. His brothers spread themselves along the line to the south and east, creating a chain of watchtowers that could signal to each other with beacons. Fingolfin kept the northern approaches under watch from Hithlum, and his sons commanded fortresses at key passes. The ring was not perfect, and could not be, for the distances were too great and the forces too few. But it was strong enough to contain any assault that did not come in overwhelming numbers. The years that followed became known as the Long Peace. Morgoth was trapped behind his walls and made no move to break the siege. Whether from fear or from some plan the elves could not guess. The realms of Beleriand flourished without the constant threat of invasion, and the peoples there began to believe the worst danger had passed. Cities were built and populations grew, and for a time it seemed the Noldor's arrival had brought security instead of just war. But those who were wise did not let their guard drop. Fingolfin kept the northern watch strong despite the peaceful years, and Medros maintained his fortresses in full readiness. They had wounded Morgoth's pride and contained his power, but they had not destroyed him. He was still in Angband with all his strength intact, and the Silmarils were still in his crown. The siege could not last forever, and when it broke, the storm would be terrible. The watchers on Thangorodrim's shadow saw smoke rising from Angband's depths in those years. Morgoth was building something in the darkness below his mountains, forging weapons and breeding horrors that would serve him when the time came. The elves knew this, but they could not prevent it, for they did not have the strength to storm the fortress, and their siege could only contain what came out, not stop what was made within. Still, the victory at Dagor Aglareb had earned them breathing space. The Noldor had proven they could stand against Morgoth's might and drive it back, and that knowledge was worth more than gold. The kingdoms established themselves deeply in the peaceful years, building foundations that would let them endure the disasters still to come. The long peace was purchased with blood at Dagor Aglareb, and it would be paid for again when the peace finally broke. The peace held. Years became decades, and decades became centuries. And Morgoth remained trapped behind his walls, while the lands outside flourished beyond anything the elves had dared hope. The kingdoms grew strong, and their peoples multiplied, and life in Beleriand took on a character that seemed permanent. Children were born who had never known war, and could barely imagine that their parents had crossed an ocean in exile. The cities that rose in those years were wonders. Fingolfin's halls in Hithlum grew grand with carved stone and banners, and his people made the cold northern lands beautiful through craft and care. Medros built Himring into a fortress that could withstand any assault, and his brothers raised similar strongholds across the eastern marches. Even in the shadow of Angband, the Noldor created beauty, for it was their nature to make and build, regardless of what dangers lurked nearby. Finrod travelled far in those peaceful years. He explored the caves along the river Narog and saw their potential, and he began to dream of a hidden city that could serve as refuge if the siege ever broke. The Sindar who dwelt in that region taught him their stonecraft, and he taught them what he had learned in Valinor. From that exchange would eventually come Nargothrond, though its founding lay decades ahead. Trade routes opened between the scattered realms. Elves travelled freely from Hithlum to Doriath, and from the eastern marches to the havens where Círdan built his ships. They carried goods and news and songs, spreading culture across the land until the different peoples began to feel like parts of a whole rather than isolated fragments. Even Thingol's realm opened itself somewhat, though Doriath remained protected by Melian's maze, and not all could enter. The green elves in the south grew closer to their northern kin. They had lived long ages in Middle-earth without contact with Valinor's light, but now they learned from the Noldor and taught them in return. They knew the forests in ways the returned exiles had forgotten, and they shared that knowledge freely. The blending of the different peoples created something richer than any one of them possessed alone. Music and poetry flourished as they always do in times of peace. The Noldor brought songs from Valinor, and the Sindar shared songs they had made under stars, and new compositions merged both traditions into something uniquely suited to Beleriand. Maglor especially was famed for his voice, and his songs could move listeners to tears or laughter as he chose. The arts of peace were as important as the arts of war, and in those long years they were cultivated with devotion. Then men arrived. They came from the east in the 310th year, crossing into Beleriand in small groups that grew into tribes and eventually into peoples. The elves had heard rumors of these newcomers for years, but had not met them. And when they first encountered each other, both sides felt wonder mixed with wariness. Men were mortal and aged visibly, and the elves found this both fascinating and sad. The Edain, as the elves called them, were taught and welcomed. Finrod met them first and befriended them, sitting by their fires and learning their languages. He taught them in return, sharing knowledge of craft and lore that lifted the men from bare survival into something approaching civilization. Other Noldor followed his example, and soon men were settling throughout Beleriand under elvish protection and guidance. The men brought their own gifts, despite their mortality and their rough beginnings. They had courage that sometimes exceeded the elves' more measured bravery, and they created with a speed born of knowing their time was limited. They learned the elvish tongues quickly and adopted elvish customs, but they kept their own character distinct. The mixing of the two peoples created friendships that would echo through all the ages, though it also created sorrows when the men died and their elvish friends remained behind. 3 houses of men grew especially close to the elves. The house of Beer settled in Dorthonion under Finrod's protection, and they became wise in lore beyond other men. The house of Hador served Fingolfin in Hithlum, and they became mighty in arms and valor. The house of Haleth took the forest of Brethel and dwelt there somewhat apart, fierce and independent, but loyal when called. These 3 houses would provide the heroes and the tragedies of the wars to come. But even in the long peace there were warnings. In the 260th year, Glorren emerged from Angband's gates, and he was the first of the dragons. Morgoth had been breeding him in secret, and now he came forth in trial run to test his power. He was vast and terrible with armor of scale and breath of fire, and he burned across the plains before Angband, spreading destruction. The elves met him with volleys of arrows. Glorong was young still, and his scales were not fully hardened, and the elven archers found gaps in his armor. He retreated back to Angband, wounded and humiliated, and Morgoth was enraged at the premature sortie. The dragon would not emerge again for nearly 200 years, and when he did, he would be far more terrible. The incident with Glorren should have warned the elves that Morgoth was not idle behind his walls. He was creating weapons that might break the siege, and the peace they enjoyed was purchased on borrowed time. But the warning was not heeded as seriously as it should have been. for the dragon had been driven back easily, and the siege had held for so long that it seemed unbreakable. Life continued in its beautiful patterns. Harvests were gathered, and festivals were celebrated, and the elves lived as if the long peace would last forever. They trained for war and kept their watches, but it became harder to believe that training would ever be needed. The generations that had crossed from Valinor were growing old by elvish standards, and the younger generations knew only prosperity and safety. The arts reached heights they would not reach again. The crafts of peace were perfected in ways that would be lost when war returned. Knowledge was accumulated and recorded, and the elves thought they were building something that would last through all the ages. They were wrong, but they did not know it yet. The long peace was approaching its end, and the fire that would break it was being prepared in Angban's depths, where no elvish eye could see. The fire came without warning in the winter of the 455th year. The northern sky turned red at midnight, and rivers of flame poured from Angban's gates, flowing across the plains in torrents that consumed everything they touched. The elves on watch saw the fire coming and sounded their alarms. But there was nowhere to run and no defense against liquid death. The flames swept over their positions and the watchers died screaming. Morgoth had spent 4 centuries preparing this assault. He had dug channels under the earth that led south from his fortress, and now he opened them and sent fire through them like blood through veins. The plains of Ardgalen that had been green and fair became a charred wasteland in a single night. The name would change to Anfoglith, the gasping dust, and nothing would grow there again for the rest of the age. Behind the fire came Morgoth's armies in numbers that dwarfed his earlier assaults, orcs by tens of thousands, and Balrogs leading them, and Gloring the dragon now grown to his full terrible strength. They came through the smoke and ash while the elves were still reeling from the fire's devastation, and they struck at positions that were already broken. The siege that had held for 400 years shattered in a single night. The eastern marchers took the worst of the assault. Medros and his brothers held the fortresses closest to Angband, and the fire struck them first and hardest. The pass of Aglon was overrun, and Celegorm and Curafine fled south with whatever forces they could save. The hill of Himring held because Medros refused to abandon it, but it became an island in an ocean of enemies. His brothers scattered to their separate strongholds, and the eastern defense collapsed into fragments. Fingolfin's realm in Hithlum was cut off from the rest of Beleriand. The passes through the mountains were taken and held by Morgoth's forces, and no word could get through to tell the south what had happened in the north. Fingolfin gathered his people and prepared for a siege in reverse, surrounded but not conquered. His son Fingin held the fortress of Ithel, Syrian, against repeated assaults, and it became the anchor that kept the northern defense from collapsing entirely. Dorthonion burned. The highlands where the House of Bor had dwelt for generations were overrun by orcs and covered in smoke from fires that would not stop burning. Most of the men who lived there died in the initial assault, and the survivors became outlaws, hiding in the ruins of their homeland. Barahir and his companions fought on in desperate resistance, but they were doomed and they knew it. The Silmarils were as far from recovery as they had ever been. Morgoth had broken free of containment and proven that the siege had been an illusion of safety rather than real victory. The oath that bound Medros and his brothers was no closer to fulfillment. and the cost of pursuing it had just become immeasurably higher. Everything the Noldor had built in 400 years of peace was in ruins. Fingolfin looked at the devastation and felt something break inside him. He had led his people across the Helcarax and built kingdoms in exile, and he had maintained the siege through long years of vigilance. Now all of it was destroyed in a single assault, and the responsibility weighed on him like a physical burden. The High King of the Noldor had failed to protect his people from the disaster he should have foreseen. His decision came suddenly. He would ride to Angband and challenge Morgoth himself, and he would die in the attempt because no elf could match a valor in single combat. But his death would be meaningful where his life had become hollow, and perhaps his courage would inspire others to continue fighting when he was gone. He armed himself in silver and steel, and he mounted his horse alone at dawn. The ride north took him through devastated lands. He passed the burned plains and the ruined fortresses, and he saw the dead lying everywhere in postures of agony. The smoke stung his eyes and the ash covered everything, but he rode on without looking back. His people saw him passing and called out to him, begging him to turn back, but he did not answer. He came to Angband's gates at last. The vast doors stood open and black smoke poured from them, and the mountains above cast shadows that seemed alive with malice. Fingolfin raised his horn and blew a challenge that echoed from the peaks, and he called Morgoth to come forth and face him. The sound carried into the depths of the fortress, and Morgoth heard it and was afraid. The Dark Lord had no choice but to answer. His servants heard the challenge, and so did his captives, and if he refused to face a single elf, his authority would be broken by cowardice. He came forth from his gates, bearing the hammer grand, and wearing the iron crown with the 3 Silmarils blazing in it. He stood twice the height of the tallest elf, and his power radiated from him like heat from a forge. But Fingolfin did not flinch. They fought before Angband's gates, while armies watched from the walls. Fingolfin was like a storm given form, moving with speed that Morgoth could barely follow. His sword ringled bit into the Dark Lord's flesh again and again, and black blood fell smoking on the ground. Morgoth swung grand and shattered the earth where Fingolfin had stood moments before. But the Elf King was already moving and striking from another angle. 7 times Fingolfin wounded Morgoth. Each blow drew blood that burned like acid, and the Dark Lord bellowed with pain and rage. His swings grew wilder as exhaustion took him, for even a valor's strength was not infinite. Fingolfin danced between the hammer's falls and struck again and again, and for a moment it seemed impossible that he might actually prevail. Then his foot caught in a crater grand had opened, and he stumbled. Morgoth brought the hammer down before Fingolfin could recover, and the impact shattered the king's shield and drove him to his knees. He tried to rise, but his strength was gone, and Morgoth struck him 3 times more before he fell. The High King of the Noldor died on the steps of his enemy's fortress, and Morgoth lifted his body to cast it to the wolves. Thorondr came down from the sky. The King of Eagles struck Morgoth's face with his talons and scarred him, and he seized Fingolfin's body before it could be desecrated. He bore the dead king south to the mountains above Gondolin, and there Turgon buried his father in a cairn that would stand until the world's ending. The eagles would remember Fingolfin and honor his courage through all the ages. The siege was broken and the High King was dead. The long peace had ended in fire, and the realms of Beleriand were scattered and burning. But Fingolfin's death had been a victory in its own way, for he had wounded Morgoth permanently and driven fear into him that would never fully fade. The Dark Lord would walk with a limp forever after, and the scars on his face would remind him that even the mightiest of the Noldor could make him bleed. It was cold comfort for those who survived, but it was something, and they would cling to it in the dark years ahead. Fingon took the High Kingship with grief still fresh. He had loved his father, and now bore the weight of leading a people who had just watched their greatest warrior fall. The crown felt heavier than iron, and the responsibility crushed down on him like the sky itself. But the Noldor needed a king, and he was Fingolfin's heir, so he accepted the burden and tried to hold together what remained. The realms were broken, but not destroyed. Hithlum still stood under Fingon's direct rule, cut off from the south, but defensible behind its mountain walls. Medros held Himring against impossible odds, surrounded by enemies, but refusing to yield even when surrender would have been reasonable. The other kingdoms survived in various states of damage, some barely touched, and others reduced to fragments of what they had been. The survivors began the work of rebuilding. They counted their dead and fortified what positions they still held. And they sent messengers to learn which realms had survived and which had fallen. The news that came back was grim, but not entirely without hope, for Morgoth had broken the siege, but had not conquered Beleriand. The elves were wounded and scattered, but they were not beaten, and they would fight on because they had no other choice. Sauron made his move in the year after Dagor Bragaluk. He was Morgoth's most cunning lieutenant, and he had been given command of forces meant to complete what the fire had begun. He struck at the island fortress of Tall Sirion that guarded the pass between Hithlum and the south, and he brought overwhelming numbers to the assault. The garrison fought bravely, but they could not hold against an enemy that cared nothing for casualties. The fortress fell after a siege of months. Orodreth, who commanded it, was driven out with the survivors, and they fled south, carrying news of the disaster. Sauron took possession of Minas Tirith, as the tower had been called, and he renamed it Tall in Gorhoth, the Isle of Werewolves. He filled it with creatures of horror and used it to dominate the pass, and the road between north and south was closed. Fingon in Hithlum was now completely isolated. No word could reach him from the southern kingdoms, and none of his messages got through to them. He had to assume he was alone and act accordingly, gathering his people and preparing for a long resistance without aid or hope of relief. The men of the house of Hador stood with him, for they were loyal beyond reason and would not abandon their elven lords even when doom seemed certain. Medros tried to organize a response from his surrounded position. He sent riders to his brothers with plans for coordinated strikes that might relieve the pressure, but his brothers were dealing with their own disasters. Celegorm and Curufin had fled to Nargothrond and were poisoning that realm with their presence. Caranthor held his lands in the far east, but could not spare forces for the north. The unity that might have turned disaster into mere setback was impossible to achieve. The refugees poured south in numbers that overwhelmed the kingdoms still standing. People from Dorthonion and the eastern marches came fleeing the fire and the orcs, and they needed food and shelter that the southern realms could barely provide. Finrod in Nargothrond took in as many as he could, and Thingol in Doriath opened his borders, somewhat though Melion's maze still kept out most who sought entry. The strain on resources grew severe as winter came. Desperation drove some to rash action. Small groups of elves and men tried to strike back at Morgoth, with raids that accomplished little except to get themselves killed. They attacked orc patrols and burned supply camps, and they died bravely but uselessly. The time for small victories had passed, and what was needed was coordinated defense that could hold what remained rather than wasting strength on gestures. The loss of hope was worse than the loss of territory. The long peace had made the younger generations believe they were safe, and Dagor Bragalak shattered that illusion completely. They saw that Morgoth was stronger than they had imagined, and that the siege had been containing him less than they had thought. The 400 years of peace had been borrowed time, and now the bill was due. Beren was living as an outlaw in Dorthonion during these years. His father Barahir and his companions were among the last resistance in the burned highlands, and they fought on knowing they were doomed. Morgoth sent forces specifically to hunt them down, for their defiance was a thorn he wanted removed. One by one they were found and killed, until only Beren remained alive and fleeing south toward whatever refuge he could find. The scattered kingdoms tried to maintain contact, despite Sauron's control of the pass. Messengers went by hidden ways through the mountains, or risked the long journey around through the south. News traveled slowly and often arrived weeks out of date, but it traveled nonetheless. The elves learned which of their kindred had survived and which had fallen, and they mourned the losses while celebrating the survivals. Thingol's realm became more important as the outer kingdoms weakened. Doriath had not been touched by Dagor Bragollach. Vermillion's protection held, and Morgoth did not yet have the power to break it. The kingdom behind the maze became a reservoir of strength that the other realms could draw on. Though Thingol remained cautious about committing his people to wars outside his borders. He would aid where he could, but he would not risk Doriath's destruction for others' sake. The 9 years between Dagor Bragollach and Beren's arrival in Doriath were years of slow bleeding. The kingdoms lost ground steadily as Morgoth pressed his advantage, and the elves fell back, step by step, toward positions they might be able to hold. There were no great battles in this period, only constant skirmishing and raiding. The war had become a grinding affair of attrition that favored the enemy who could replace his losses more icily. But the elves endured. They held what ground they could and yielded the rest only when holding it would cost more than it was worth. They learned to fight the kind of war Morgoth was waging, adapting their tactics from the glorious charges of the early years to the grim defensive work that the situation required. They were scattered and weakened, but they were not broken, and they would fight on through the darkness that had descended on Beleriand. The kingdoms were fractured, but the people survived, and where there was survival, there remained hope, however faint. Beren came to Doriath in the winter after his father's death. He had crossed mountains no man was meant to cross, and survived horrors in Morgoth's lands that should have killed him. He stumbled through Melion's maze by some fortune even he could not explain, and he found himself in the forest of Nelderith, under beech trees that had never known war. The wood was beautiful beyond anything his burned homeland had possessed, and he walked through it half dead, but somehow still moving. Then he saw her dancing. Luthien was in a glade where the trees opened to starlight, and she moved with grace that seemed impossible for any living thing. Her dark hair fell to her feet, and her voice rose in song that made the stars burn brighter, and Beren stood frozen, watching her. He had thought he was beyond wonder after everything he had endured. But this sight drove every thought from his mind except the need to see her more clearly. She vanished when he moved closer. The dance ended and she was gone like morning mist, and Beren was left alone in the glade, wondering if he had imagined her. But he had not imagined anything, and he would not rest until he found her again. He wandered Doriath for months, seeking her, and winter turned to spring before she appeared to him a second time. This time he spoke to her. His voice was rough from disuse, and he barely remembered courtly words. But he told her she was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. Luthien looked at him and saw a man ragged and worn, but with eyes that held something she recognized. They spoke together under the trees, and what passed between them was the beginning of love that would reshape the world's fate. Thingol learnt of this mortal who wandered his realm pursuing his daughter. He summoned Beren to his throne in Menegroth and demanded to know what right a man had to seek the hand of an elf king's child. Beren stood before the throne and spoke with courage that surprised even himself, saying he loved Luthien and would ask for her hand, regardless of what that might cost. The court fell silent at his audacity, for no man had ever spoken so boldly to an elven king before. Thingol's anger was cold and deliberate. He would not simply refuse this mortal and send him away, for that would be too merciful. Instead, he set a price that was clearly impossible, a task that would send Beren to his death while technically giving him what he asked for. He demanded a Silmaril from Morgoth's crown as the bride price for Luthien, knowing no power in Middle-earth could take one of those jewels from the enemy's possession. Beren accepted the task. He said he would return with a Silmaril in his hand, and he left Menegroth immediately to begin a quest that everyone knew was suicide. Elthine watched him go and felt her heart break, for she loved him and knew she would never see him alive again. But Beren had no intention of dying quietly, and he walked north toward Angband with grim determination. The journey north was a nightmare. He gathered companions along the way, elves who knew him or knew of his father's deeds and would not let him go alone. Finrod Felagund left his own kingdom to accompany Beren, for he owed a debt to Barahir, who had saved his life years before. They travelled in disguise through lands controlled by Morgoth's forces, and for a time the deception held. Sauron caught them at Tor and Gorhoth. The werewolf lord saw through their disguises and took them prisoner, throwing them into dungeons beneath the tower. One by one, Baron's companions died as Sauron sent wolves to kill them, and Finrod fought a werewolf with his bare hands to save Beren before dying of his wounds. The king of Nargothrond perished in darkness far from his realm, and Beren was left alone waiting for death. Luthien came to save him. She had escaped from Doriath, where her father had imprisoned her, and she brought with her one, the great hound who served Celagorm, but had chosen to follow her instead. They came to the tower, and Luthien sang against Sauron's power, and her voice was stronger than his sorcery. One fought Sauron's wolf shape and defeated him, and the tower was broken and the prisoners freed. They went on to Angband together. Beren tried to make Luthien turn back, but she would not, and he had no authority over her. They came to Morgoth's gates in disguise, Luthien cloaked in shadows and Beren wearing a wolf's skin. The guards let them pass, and they walked into the throne room where Morgoth sat with the Silmarils blazing in his iron crown. Luthien sang. Her voice rose in that hall of darkness and evil, and it carried power that came from Melian, her mother who was Maya. Morgoth listened and grew drowsy despite himself, and his court fell into sleep around him. Even the Balrogs succumbed to her song, and the Dark Lord's head dropped forward as unconsciousness took him. The iron crown tilted, and Beren saw his chance. He cut a Silmaril from the crown. The jewel came free and burned in his hand with light that was agony and ecstasy together, and he held the most precious thing in the world. But greed took him then, or perhaps it was simply the completeness of the task calling to him. He bent to cut a second Silmaril from the crown, and his knife slipped and struck the iron. Morgoth stirred. The sound of blade on metal cut through Lúthien's song, and the Dark Lord began to wake. Beren and Lúthien fled with one Silmaril, running through passages that were stirring with aroused guards. They made it to the gates and through them, and they ran south with pursuit gathering behind them like a storm. Karkaroth, the wolf, met them at the gates. He was Morgoth's greatest wolf, and he would not let them pass, and he lunged at Beren with jaws that could crush stone. Beren held up his hand with the Silmaril to ward the beast away, and Karkaroth bit off the hand at the wrist. The jewel burned inside the wolf and drove him mad with pain, and he fled south, spreading destruction while Beren collapsed bleeding. They escaped to Doriath, but Beren was dying. Lúthien healed the wound where his hand had been, but she could not restore what was lost, and he weakened despite her efforts. Thingol looked at the man who had returned without a Silmaril in his hand and prepared to declare the bride price unpaid. But Beren reminded him the price had been a Silmaril in his hand, and there was indeed a Silmaril in his hand still, even though that hand was now in a wolf's belly. The hunt for Karkaroth was organized. The maddened wolf was devastating the lands around Doriath, and he had to be stopped before he killed everyone in his path. Beren went on the hunt, though his wound was barely healed, and one went with them, and Thingol led his greatest hunters into the forest. They found the wolf at last, near the place where Beren had first seen Lúthien dancing. Karkaroth fell on them in his madness. Huan fought him, and both wolf and hound were mortally wounded, for it had been prophesied that Huan would die fighting the greatest wolf. Beren tried to protect Thingol, and the wolf's teeth found him, and he fell with injuries that no healing could mend. They killed Karkaroth finally and cut the Silmaril from his belly, and Beren held it briefly before his spirit departed. Lúthien followed him to death. She would not remain in the world without Beren, and her grief was so great that her spirit simply left her body. She went to the halls of Mandos, where the dead waited, and there she stood before the Valar, who judged all souls. She sang for Beren's release, and her song was so beautiful that even Mandos wept, which had never happened before. Manu himself heard of Lúthien's plea and gave judgment. The lovers could return to life together, but Lúthien must accept mortality and death when it came. She would give up her immortality and live as a mortal with Beren, and when they died together a second time, there would be no returning. Lúthien accepted these terms without hesitation, and she and Beren walked out of Mandos hand in hand. They returned to Middle-earth and dwelt in Osiriand as mortals. The Silmaril went to Thingol, who finally had his bride price paid in full, though it had cost him more than he imagined. The tale of Beren and Lúthien became the greatest love story the world would know. A mortal and an immortal who chose each other over every other fate. They lived quietly in their remaining years, and when death came, they went together into whatever lay beyond. Their story was done, but its consequences would echo through the ages. Medros spent years building an alliance. He sent messengers to every realm and every people, calling them to unite for one great assault that might break Morgoth's power forever. The plan was ambitious and dangerous, requiring coordination across vast distances between forces that did not entirely trust each other. But the alternative was slow defeat as Morgoth ground them down piece by piece, so the scattered kingdoms agreed to try. The union of Medros gathered strength through the spring. Fingon would lead the western host from Hithlum, while Medros commanded the eastern forces from the border of Angband itself. They would strike simultaneously from two directions and catch Morgoth between them, crushing his armies against each other. The dwarves of Belagost and Nograd pledged forces, and even some of the Easterling men who had entered Beleriand recently swore to fight. The plan required perfect timing. Both hosts had to move on the same day and reach their positions without alerting Morgoth to what was happening. Messengers went back and forth, confirming readiness, and the date was set for midsummer, when the weather would favor movement and the days were longest. Everything depended on coordination and surprise, and if either failed, the entire strategy would collapse. Morgoth learned of the plan through treachery. Ulder and his Easterling followers had sworn loyalty to Medros, but their oaths were false, and they sent word to Angband of everything they knew. Morgoth received the intelligence and made his own preparations, gathering forces in numbers that would overwhelm the Union even if it came with perfect coordination. The trap was set before the elves knew they had been betrayed. Fingon moved first on the appointed day. He led his host out of Hithlum and onto the plains before Angband, and his trumpet sounded the challenge that was meant to draw Morgoth's attention westward. The army was smaller than he had hoped, for some who had promised aid did not arrive, but it was still formidable. Men of the House of Hador marched beside elves, and they sang as they advanced. Medros was delayed. His forces were slower to assemble than planned, and the march took longer than expected. And by the time he reached his position, Fingon had already been fighting for hours. The coordination that was essential to the plan's success had failed in the first moments, and Fingon's host was facing Morgoth's power alone, without the relief that should have come from the east. The battle became a slaughter. Morgoth sent forces from Angband in waves that seemed endless, and behind them came creatures far worse than orcs. Balrogs led charges that broke the elvish lines, and Glóran came forth in his full power, spreading fire and terror. The dragon's presence alone was enough to scatter units that had been holding firm, for his eyes could paralyze the bravest warrior. Fingon's host was driven back, step by step. They fought magnificently and killed Morgoth's servants by thousands, but the enemy kept coming and their own numbers only decreased. The men of Hador held the center and died almost to the last defending it. And their lord Hryn watched his brother Húa fall and knew his own death was approaching. Still, they fought on because retreat was impossible and surrender was not in their nature. Medros arrived at last and struck from the east. His forces crashed into Morgoth's flank, and for a moment the tide seemed to turn. For the elves of the eastern marches were formidable and their assault was devastating. But Morgoth had reserved strength for exactly this eventuality, and he sent fresh forces to meet Medros while keeping pressure on Fingon. The Union was not unified but scattered across the battlefield in pieces that could be defeated separately. Then came the betrayal that ensured disaster. Ulder and his Easterlings, who marched with Medros, turned on their supposed allies in the middle of battle. They attacked the elves from behind and spread confusion through the ranks, and what had been a coordinated force became chaos. Medros tried to restore order, but the betrayal had been too sudden and too complete, and his eastern assault stalled and then broke. Fingon fell fighting near his banner. He was surrounded by enemies after his guard was cut down, and he died with his sword still swinging. Gothmog, lord of Balrogs, struck the killing blow, and the High King of the Noldor joined his father in death before Morgoth's gates. His loss broke what remained of the western host's cohesion, for he had been the center they rallied around. The survivors tried to retreat, but there was nowhere to go. The plains were swarming with enemies, and the passes back to Hithlum were already controlled by Morgoth's forces. Some groups tried to fight their way south, while others formed defensive positions and prepared to die where they stood. The union of Medros had failed completely, and the armies it had gathered were being annihilated. Húrin made his stand on a hill where the dead were piling so thick they formed their own rampart. His brother was dead, and his king was dead, and his people were dying around him, but he would not stop fighting. Each time he struck down an enemy, he shouted that Morgoth's victory would not stand, and his voice carried across the battlefield even as his strength failed. He killed 70 enemies before they overwhelmed him with numbers and took him alive. The hill where Húrin fought became known as Hord en Ingen, the Hill of Slain. So many died there that their bodies formed a mound that would remain visible for all the years of the First Age. The elves who escaped told of that hill and of Húrin's last stand, and the tale gave them what little comfort could be found in complete disaster. Turgon led a remnant south in organized retreat. He had come from Gondolin with a force that was still largely intact, and he used it to cover the escape of whatever survivors could be gathered. The retreat was a fighting withdrawal through country that was turning into a killing ground. But Turgon's discipline held, and he brought thousands out who would otherwise have died. He returned to Gondolin and sealed its gates, and the hidden city became the last hope of the elves. The dwarves of Belegost fought their way home. They had come to aid the elves, and they had been slaughtered alongside them, but their discipline was iron, and they would not break. They formed a hollow square and marched east through encircling enemies, and they killed everything that tried to stop them. Their lord Azagel wounded Glorung with a knife thrust before dying, and the dragon withdrew from battle because of that injury. The dwarves reached their mountains at terrible cost, and they would not march to war again for a long age. Morgoth's victory was absolute. The union of Medros was destroyed, and 2 high kings were dead, and the realms of the elves were shattered, beyond any hope of restoration. The great assault that was meant to break Morgoth had instead broken the last coordinated resistance against him, and now he was free to hunt down the survivors at his leisure. The battle was named Nirnith Arnadiad, Unnumbered Tears, and the name was earned in blood that soaked the plains for miles. Hope had died on that field along with the thousands who fell, and the darkness that followed would be deeper than any that had come before. Túrin came to Nargothrond in the years after Nirnith Arnodiad. He had wandered Middle-earth under many names, pursued by doom his father Húrin had spoken of in prophecy. The hidden realm of Finrod welcomed him as a warrior of proven skill, and he rose quickly in their service. His counsel was bold where the elves were cautious, and many began to listen when he spoke of changing their strategy. Nargothrond had survived by hiding. The realm was built in caves along the Narog River, and its people went forth in secrecy rather than open strength. They struck at Morgoth's forces through ambush and stealth, then vanished back into their hidden doors before retaliation could find them. The strategy had kept them safe for decades while other kingdoms burned, but Trin despised it as cowardice. He argued for open war. Nargothrond had the strength to face Morgoth's servants directly rather than skulking in shadows. And their warriors deserved to fight with honor rather than hiding like thieves. His words found ready listeners among the young who had never seen what happened to kingdoms that fought openly. Orodreth. The king was weak-willed and could not stand against the tide of opinion turning toward Turin's vision. The bridge was built at Turin's urging. A great span of stone was raised across the Nargoth at the very doors of Nargothrond, making the hidden entrance obvious to anyone who looked. The bridge would let armies march out in formation and return the same way. Turin argued, turning the realm into a fortress that could project power rather than a hole to hide in. The older elves warned that the bridge would lead enemies straight to their doors, but the warnings were ignored. Nargothrond's armies rode forth openly. They began to fight in the manner of the great realms before Nirnath, meeting the enemy in open battle and claiming victories that seemed to prove Turin right. For a time the strategy worked, and Orc forces were driven back from the borders, and the kingdom celebrated successes that had eluded them for years. Turin was acclaimed as a hero and given command of the realm's defenses. Glóran came. Morgoth sent the great dragon south to deal with Nargothrond, now that it had revealed itself, and the beast came with armies behind him that dwarfed anything the hidden kingdom could face. They swept across the lands north of the Narog, burning everything, and messengers brought word to Nargothrond that doom was marching toward their newly revealed gates. The host rode out to meet the dragon because Turin's pride would not let them hide. They formed on the field before the bridge and prepared to defend their realm in open battle, and Turin stood at the front wearing the dragon helm that marked him as a warrior of legend. But Glóran was a weapon beyond anything swords could answer, and his fire washed over the elvish ranks and reduced them to ash. The bridge betrayed them. The survivors tried to retreat, but the span was choked with fleeing soldiers, and the dragon's fire found them trapped there. Glóran came to the bridge himself and breathed flame across it until the stone cracked and bodies fell, burning into the river below. Then he led the orcs across and into Nargothrond's halls, and the hidden kingdom was hidden no longer. Turin tried to enter the burning halls to find the king. Glóran met him at the gates and fixed him with eyes that paralyzed more completely than chains. The dragon spoke to Turin of his family far away in Dor Loman, abandoned and suffering while he won glory elsewhere. The words were poison wrapped in truth, and they froze Turin where he stood, while behind him Nargothrond burned and its people died. The realm fell in a single day. Those who survived the initial assault were captured or scattered into the wilderness, and Glóran claimed the treasure hoards for his bed. He made his lair in the ruined halls and settled there like a curse on the land, and nothing would grow green near the river for years after. The greatest hidden kingdom of the Elves was ended through pride and poor counsel, and Turin bore the weight of its destruction. He fled to Brethil in madness and grief. The forest realm of the Halidon took him in, though they did not know who he was, and he made his home there under yet another name. Time passed and his grief faded to numbness, but the doom his father had spoken followed him still and would not let him find peace. A woman came to Brethel who remembered nothing. She had been found wandering the forest, speaking no words and knowing no name, and the folk called her Niniel for the tears that ran down her face. Turin looked at her and felt something stir in his heart, and he did not recognize his own sister. Glorung had laid a forgetting on Nina when she came seeking her brother, and the spell held perfectly. They married. The union was celebrated by the Halidin as a healing for both of them, and for a time Turin knew something approaching happiness. He had a wife who loved him and a people who respected him, and the doom seemed to have lifted. But the dragon's spell was not mercy, and the happiness was built on horror neither of them could see. Glorung came to Brethel at last. He came seeking Trin because Morgoth wanted Hurin's son destroyed completely, and the dragon would ensure the doom was fulfilled. He ravaged the borders of the forest, and Turin went out to slay him, for he had a sword that could pierce dragon scale and the courage to use it. He struck from ambush and drove the blade deep, and Glorung died knowing his death had accomplished what his life intended. The dragon's last act was revealing the truth. He told Turin and Nina who they were and what they had done, and the spell of forgetting shattered. Nina understood she had married her brother and carried his child, and she cast herself from a cliff rather than live with that knowledge. Turin came to her body and learned everything, and the doom was complete at last. He killed himself with the same sword that had slain the dragon. He set the blade in earth and fell upon it, and his last words were asking the sword if it would spare him when it had taken everyone else he loved. The sword did not spare him, and Turin died knowing he had destroyed everything he touched. His story was the darkest of the First Age, and it showed that Morgoth could kill without ever raising his hand directly. The bridge at Nargothrond stood ruined as testimony to pride's cost. The hidden kingdom was gone, and its people were dead or scattered, and all of it traced back to counsel given in arrogance by one who thought he knew better than those with wisdom. Turin had been brave and skilled and utterly doomed, and his tragedy became legend to warn against the pride that rejects wisdom. Gondolin had remained hidden through all the disasters that destroyed the other realms. Turgon had built his city in a valley surrounded by mountains, and only one secret way led through those peaks to the hidden vale within. The encircling mountains were called Icariath, and they formed a wall that no enemy had breached. Within their protection, Gondolin grew in beauty and strength, while the rest of Beleriand burned. The city was the fairest ever built by elves in Middle-earth. White towers rose against the mountain backdrop, and fountains played in squares paved with marble. The palace of the king stood at the city's heart, and its halls were decorated with gold and silver and gems that caught the sunlight. Turgon had tried to recreate something of Tirion in Valinor, and while he could not match that blessed city, he had made something, magnificent nonetheless. The people of Gondolin lived in peace, while war raged beyond their mountains. They had fought at Nirnith Harnadiad, and seen the disaster there, but Turgon had brought them home and sealed the passes behind them. No word went out from the hidden city, and no messenger came in, for Turgon believed secrecy was their only defense. He forbade anyone to leave, and turned Gondolin into an island of safety in an ocean of darkness. But isolation was also a prison. The Gondolindrum heard nothing of what happened in the wider world, and they began to forget there was a world beyond their mountains. They crafted beautiful things and sang songs and raised children who had never known fear. The city became complacent in its perfection, and that complacency was a weakness waiting to be exploited. Nargothrond fell while Gondolin prospered. Doriath was besieged while Turgon's people danced in their squares. The scattered remnants of the other kingdoms sent messengers trying to find the hidden city and beg for aid. But none could penetrate the mountains, and none knew the secret way. Gondolin remained hidden and useless, the greatest concentration of elvish strength in Beleriand, contributing nothing to the war. Ormo sent Tuatha. The Valar of Waters had not forgotten the hidden city, and he knew its isolation would doom it eventually. He chose a man to carry his message, for men could go where elves might be recognized. Tuatha was led through secret ways by Ulmo's power, and he came at last to the hidden vale where Gondolin stood gleaming in the sun. Turgon received him with honor, but dismissed his message. Ulmo warned through Tuatha that Gondolin must either sally forth to aid the other realms or prepare for destruction, for Morgoth was hunting for the city and would find it eventually. Turgon heard the warning and rejected it, saying Gondolin's walls were too strong to fall and its secrecy was too deep to be broken. He would not risk his people for a war that seemed already lost. Tuatha remained in the hidden city. He married Turgon's daughter, Idril, and was accepted among the Gondolindrum despite his mortality. He tried repeatedly to convince Turgon to act, to send aid to the other realms, or at least prepare for assault. But the king would not hear counsel that contradicted his desire for peace, and the city remained isolated and unprepared. Meglin was Turgon's sister's son, and he loved the king's daughter. He had grown up in Gondolin and risen to become one of its chief lords, commanding the guard and overseeing the mines in the mountains. But his love for Idril was not returned, for she saw something dark in him that others missed. When she married Tuatha, instead of accepting Meglin, that darkness grew into hatred. He went into the mountains on a mining expedition. The orcs caught him there by ambush, for they had been searching those peaks for years, looking for any sign of the hidden city. Meglin fought, but he was overwhelmed and taken alive, and they brought him to Angband in chains. Morgoth looked upon this unexpected prize and saw opportunity greater than simple prisoners' information. The choice offered to Meglin was lordship or death. Morgoth promised him rule of Gondolin after its fall, promised him Idril as a prize, promised him everything his pride desired. The alternative was torment beyond imagination, the kind of suffering that Morgoth specialized in inflicting. Meglin was not as strong as he believed himself to be, and he broke. He told Morgoth everything about Gondolin's defenses and the secret way through the mountains, and he agreed to serve when the assault came. Morgoth released him. He sent Meglin back to Gondolin with instructions to keep silent and wait, to ensure the gates would be opened when the time came. The betrayal was complete but hidden, and Meglin returned to the city as a hero who had escaped capture. No one suspected what he had become, and Turgon welcomed him back with joy. The remaining years were borrowed time. Gondolin stood perfect and peaceful while Meglin walked its streets carrying the weight of his treachery. Idril felt her unease about him deepen, but she could not name what was wrong, and her father would not hear criticism of his nephew. Tuatha tried to prepare defenses without knowing what he was preparing against. improving walls and training guards for a threat Turgon insisted would never come. The last hope of the Noldor was standing on foundations that had already cracked. Gondolin appeared strong, but it was actually fragile, dependent on a secrecy that was already broken and a peace that was already shattered. The city endured in beauty while the world outside fell into shadow, and its people did not know their doom was already walking their streets wearing a trusted face. The hidden city's time was running out, and when the end came, it would be swift and terrible and complete. The Silmaril rested in Menegrath's treasury after Beren and Lúthien passed beyond the world. Thingol looked upon it often and felt pride mixed with unease, for the jewel was beautiful beyond measure, but it carried doom in its light. He had demanded it as bride price, never expecting to receive it. And now he possessed something that Morgoth desired, and the sons of Fuena were oath-bound to pursue. The jewel had cost him his daughter, and it would cost him more before the tale was done. Dwarves came to Doriath from Nograd, bearing word of a treasure they had crafted. The Noglamir was a necklace made in the First Age for Finrod, and it had come to Thingol through inheritance and war. The king desired to set the Silmaril in that necklace, joining two great works into one that would surpass anything in Middle-earth. He hired the dwarves for their skill in such craft, for no elven smith could match their metalwork. The dwarves laboured long over the joining. They worked the Silmaril into the Noglamir with art that made the two pieces seem as if they had always been one, and the result was beauty that hurt to look upon. The necklace blazed with holy light that filled the chambers where they worked, and all who saw it coveted it immediately. The dwarves especially felt desire growing in them beyond reason or wisdom. They demanded the necklace as payment. When their work was complete, they told Thingol the treasure was rightfully theirs by the ancient law that the Maker owns what his hands produce. Thingol refused with anger, for he had hired them as craftsmen, not given them materials to work as their own. The argument grew heated, and words were spoken that could not be unsaid, and pride on both sides turned disagreement into hatred. The dwarves murdered Thingol in his own halls. They fell upon him with the tools of their trade, and killed him in rage and greed. And the king of Doriath died over the Silmaril he should never have desired. The dwarves took the Noglamir and fled Menegroth, but they could not escape the realm before word of their crimes spread. The Sindar hunted them through the forest and killed most before they reached the borders, but some escaped to carry news to Nogla. The dwarf city responded with an army. They marched on Doriath, claiming they came to avenge their craftsmen who had been murdered by treacherous elves. But in truth they came for the treasure that had driven the first group to kill. They brought force enough to overwhelm Menegroth's defences, and they assaulted the halls with determination born of greed and wounded pride. Milian departed. She had been bound to Doriath through Thingol and their love, and with his death that binding was broken. She went to Valinor and spoke with the valour of all that had occurred, and without her presence the maze that had protected the realm unravelled. Doriath lay open to assault for the first time in its history, and the dwarves walked through defences that should have stopped any army. Menegroth was sacked. The dwarves killed those who resisted and drove out those who fled, and they plundered the treasury and the halls without mercy. They took everything of value they could carry and burned what they could not take, and the greatest city of the Sindar was reduced to smoking ruins. They found the Noglamir in Thingol's chambers and claimed it as the prize they had come for. The dwarf army marched home through Arciriend laden with treasure. They thought themselves victorious and secure, for no force in the region could challenge them now that Doriath was broken. But they had not accounted for the green elves who dwelt in those woods, and they had forgotten that Beren and Lathian lived in Assyriand in the final years before death claimed them a second time. The ambush came at a river crossing. Beren led the green elves against the dwarves and slaughtered them almost to the last. For the elves knew the forest, and the dwarves were burdened with plunder. The treasure was recovered, and Beren took the Noglamir from the dwarf lord's body, and he looked upon the Silmaril blazing in its setting. He brought it home to Luthien, and she wore it briefly before they passed beyond the world for the final time, and the jewel was passed to their son Dior. Dior came to ruined Menegroth, and restored what he could. He was half elven, but he chose the fate of the elves, and he took up his grandfather's crown as king of Doriath. The Sindar who had survived the sacking returned to him and began rebuilding their ravaged realm. And for a brief time it seemed Doriath might survive its disasters. Dior wore the Noglamir, and the Silmaril blazed on his breast, and its light gave hope to his people. But the sons of Feanor heard that a Silmaril had emerged from hiding. Their oath drove them to pursue it, regardless of who held it or what the cost might be. They sent messengers to Dior demanding he yield the jewel, for it belonged to their father by right of making, and they were bound by terrible words to recover it. Dior refused, saying the Silmaril had been won fairly by Beren, and was now his by inheritance. The sons of Feanor prepared for war. Medros tried to find another way, but his brothers would not be restrained, and the oath burned in all of them equally. They gathered their forces and marched on Doriath with the intention of taking by force what had been denied them by right. This would be the second kinslaying, and it would damn them more deeply than Alqualond had done. They came to Menegroth in winter. The assault was sudden and brutal, and the Sindar were not prepared to face their own kindred in battle. Dior fought bravely and killed Celagorm before dying himself, and his wife Nimloth fell defending their children. The halls ran with blood as Noldor and Sindar slaughtered each other over a jewel neither side could bear to surrender. Dior's young sons were captured and abandoned. Celagorm's servants took the boys into the forest and left them there to die of exposure, and their fate was never known with certainty. Some said they perished in the cold, while others claimed they survived somehow, but none ever saw them again. The cruelty of the act added weight to the doom that was crushing Fina's sons ever deeper into darkness. Eluing escaped with the Silmaril. She was a small child, but her nurse carried her away during the fighting, and they fled toward the coast where they might find refuge. The jewel went with them and remained beyond the reach of those who had killed to claim it. The second kinslaying had accomplished nothing except adding more innocent blood to the guilt the Fëanorians already carried. Doriath was ended. The realm that had endured for thousands of years was destroyed utterly, and its people were scattered to whatever refuge they could find. The Silmaril had been the doom of Thingol and Dior both, and it had brought ruin to everything it touched. The jewel that was meant to hold the light of Valinor had become a curse that destroyed all who desired it, and the oath that drove the sons of Feanor would lead them to worse deeds still before their tale was finished. Morgoth's assault came on a night of festival when the city's guard was scattered and relaxed. the gates opened from within, as Meglin had promised they would, and the enemy poured through before any alarm could sound. Dragons came first, crawling over the northern mountains and dropping into the hidden vale, and behind them marched armies that had been gathering for years. Gondolin woke to find itself already breached and burning. Meglin revealed himself. He tried to seize Idril and claim her as his prize, but she fought him despite her terror, and her husband Tua came to her defense. They struggled on a high wall of the city, while below the fighting raged, and Meglin showed the madness that had been growing in him through years of secret treachery. Tua cast him from the wall at last, and the traitor fell screaming onto the rocks below where he had led the enemy. The city fought desperately. Warriors rushed from their homes half-armed and formed defensive lines in squares and streets, buying time for families to flee toward the secret tunnel Idril had secretly prepared. Turgon led the defense from his palace, and his fury at being proven wrong mixed with his courage to make him terrible in battle. But the dragons were breaking through every position, and the enemy was too numerous to stop. The fountains ran red with blood as the fighting reached the city's heart. Ecthelion, lord of the fountain, commanded the defense of the great square, and his warriors held against wave after wave of assault. They fought with the desperation of those defending their homes, but the enemy kept coming, and their numbers only diminished. Balrogs came to break the resistance, and Gothmog, their lord, led them, for Morgoth wanted Gondolin destroyed utterly. Ecthelion met Gothmog in single combat. They fought in the king's fountain while the battle raged around them, and their struggle was brutal and without mercy. The Balrog's whip of flames scorched Ecthelion's armor, and the elf's blade cut deep into demon flesh. They grappled at the fountain's edge and fell together into the water, and both drowned there locked in their final embrace. The Lord of Balrogs was dead at last, and the Lord of the Fountain went with him. Turgon's tower stood longest. The king refused to abandon his city even when the battle was clearly lost, and he gathered his household guard for a last defense of the palace. They held the tower's base for hours while everywhere else fell, and they sang as they fought. Turgon died at last under the tower's ruins when a dragon brought the structure down, and the High King of the Noldor was buried under stone from his own palace. The refugees fled through Idril's secret tunnel. Thousands escaped through the passage she had secretly ordered dug, and they emerged in the mountains north of the city where the enemy had not yet spread. Tua led them with his wife and their son Eärendil, and they looked back to see Gondolin burning like a torch in the valley below. The fairest city of the elves was dying, and there was nothing they could do but flee. The escape route led through a high mountain pass that the enemy had not blocked. The refugees climbed desperately, carrying children and wounded, leaving behind those who could not keep pace. A dragon found them on the narrow path and would have burned them all, but Glorfindel held the rear guard and turned to face it. He was a lord of the House of the Golden Flower, and his valor was legendary even before this moment. Glorfindel fought the dragon on a narrow ledge above a terrible drop. His sword found gaps in the beast's armor, and his courage never wavered even as fire scorched him and claws raked his body. The dragon fell at last and took Glorfindel with it, both tumbling into the abyss below. The way was clear, and the refugees could continue, purchased by sacrifice that would be remembered through all the ages. The survivors struggled south through mountains that seemed hostile to their passage. They were few compared to the thousands who had dwelt in Gondolin, and they were exhausted and grief-stricken. But they kept moving because stopping meant death, and they had children who needed to reach safety. Weeks passed before they descended at last to the havens of Sirion, where Círdan would shelter them. Gondolin was lost. The last great kingdom of the Noldor had fallen through treachery and overwhelming force, and its people were scattered as refugees, with nothing but what they had carried in flight. The hidden city that had stood perfect and untouched through centuries of war was now smoking ruins that would never be rebuilt. Its towers were broken and its halls were ashes, and the beauty it had contained was gone from the world. Morgoth had achieved a victory that seemed to seal his dominion over Beleriand. The Noldor had no kings left and no kingdoms worth the name, only scattered remnants hiding in whatever corners they could find. The Silmarils remained in his crown, and the oath that pursued them had accomplished nothing but destruction. The First Age was rushing toward its ending, and it seemed certain that ending would be Morgoth's triumph. But the refugees at the havens included Eärendil, son of Tuatha, and Idril, who carried in him the blood of all three kindreds of the Elves and the blood of men besides. And at those same havens dwelt Elwing, daughter of Dior, who possessed the Silmaril that had escaped the sons of Fëanor. The two would meet and marry, and from their union would come the salvation that seemed impossible now. The fall of Gondolin was not the end, but rather the beginning of the final act, though none could see it through their grief and defeat. The refugees from Gondolin came to the havens and found others already there. Elwing, daughter of Dior, had fled to this coast with the Silmaril after Menegrath's fall, and she had been given shelter by Círdan and the survivors from other ruined realms. Now the Gondolindrum joined them, and the havens became the last gathering place for those who had nowhere else to go. They were a broken people, but they were alive, and they began slowly to rebuild something from the wreckage. Eärendil met Elwing in the months after his arrival. He was young still, barely grown to manhood by mortal reckoning, but he had seen more horror than most would witness in a lifetime. She was young as well and carried burdens no child should bear, the weight of her family's murder and the jewel that had caused it. They found comfort in each other's presence, to people who understood loss better than they understood hope. Their marriage joined the last remnants of different royal lines. Eärendil carried blood from all three kindreds of elves through his mother, and mortal blood through his father, who was descended from the house of Hador. Elwing was descended from Thingol through her mother and from Beren, through her father, carrying both elven and mortal heritage. Their union wove together strands that had been separated since Cuivianen, and though none understood it yet, that weaving mattered. They built a life at the havens. Eärendil learned shipcraft from Círdan and proved gifted at it, for he had his father's skill with tools and his mother's Noldor heritage of craft. Elwing helped organize the refugees into something resembling community, giving them purpose and structure when despair might have broken them. Together they represented hope that life could continue even after kingdoms fell. Twins were born to them in the year 532. Elrond and Elros came into a world at war, and they would never know the peace their parents had lost. The havens celebrated the births because children meant future, and future was something they desperately needed to believe in. The boys were raised by the community as much as by their parents, for everyone at the havens had lost family, and they poured that love onto the next generation. The Silmaril blazed in Elwing's keeping. She wore it sometimes, and sometimes kept it hidden, for its light drew attention she did not always want. The jewel was beautiful beyond measure, but it carried the weight of everyone who had died pursuing it or protecting it. Thingol and Dior and Luthien all had borne it briefly before passing beyond the world, and now it was hers to guard. She did not want it, but she would not surrender it, for her father had died defending it from those who came with swords to claim it. The sons of Fenar learned that the Silmaril was at the Havens. They were scattered across what remained of Beleriand, diminished by the second kinslaying, and haunted by the blood they had spilled. But the oath drove them still and would not let them rest, and the knowledge that one of their father's jewels was within reach burned in them like poison. Medros tried to find another way, but there was no other way, and his brothers would not be denied. They sent word to Elowing, demanding she yield the Silmaril. The message was courteous in form, but threatening in substance, for they would come with swords if she refused. Elowing sent back refusal, saying the jewel had been won by her grandfather at the cost of his hand, and her parents had died defending it. She would not give it to kinslayers, who had already murdered her brothers, and if they came for it, they would have to kill her, as they had killed her family. The assault came on a winter night. The sons of Fenar brought what forces remained loyal to them, and they fell upon the Havens with the desperation of those who had nothing left to lose. The fighting was brutal and confused, refugees against refugees, the last remnants of the elves killing each other over a jewel that had already cost so much blood. The Havens burned as Alquilond had burned, and the screams of the dying echoed across the water. Elowing fled to the cliff's edge with the Silmaril. She saw her sons taken by the attackers, and her husband was away at sea, and she could not surrender what her family had died to protect. She cast herself from the cliff into the sea with the jewel clutched to her breast, and the waters took her. Those watching thought she had died, but Ulmo would not let her perish. He transformed her into a great white bird, and she flew away over the ocean seeking her husband. The sons of Feanar had failed again. They searched for the Silmaril among the dead and the ruins, but found nothing, and they were left with only more guilt to add to their burden. Medros took the young sons of Eärendil into his keeping, for he would not let them be killed as Dior's sons had been. He raised Elrond and Elros with something approaching gentleness, trying to preserve some innocence in a world that had shown him none. The oath had driven him to murder, and still he had not recovered what it demanded, and he was beginning to understand it never would be satisfied. The Havens were ruined. The last refuge of the free peoples had become another site of kinslaying, and those who survived scattered to whatever safety they could find. The third kinslaying had accomplished nothing but ensuring the sons of Feanar would be cursed by all who came after, their names remembered with hatred rather than honor. They had destroyed the last gathering of their own people for a jewel they did not obtain, and the weight of that failure would break them before the end. Elwing found Eärendil at sea. She came to him as a bird bearing the Silmaril, and when she reached his ship, she was transformed back to her natural form. They held each other and mourned what had been lost, but they also understood that something had changed. The jewel was free of the Havens and free of Middle-earth, and perhaps that freedom meant it could be used for a purpose greater than the doom it had carried. The idea was forming between them that they might sail west and seek help from the only power that could still save the broken world. Irindil and Elowing stood on the deck of his ship and looked westward across water that had never been crossed by mortals. The Silmaril blazed between them with light that seemed to call toward something beyond the horizon, and they understood without words what must be attempted. Middle-earth was broken, and the scattered peoples had no hope of victory against Morgoth. But the Valar dwelt in the west, and they might be moved to aid if someone could reach them and make the case compelling enough. The decision was made, and the ship was prepared. Irundil renamed his vessel Vingalot, Foam Flower, and he worked on it through the winter, making it ready for a voyage no ship had been designed for. The hull was strengthened, and the rigging was improved, and he gathered supplies for a journey of unknown length toward a destination that might not exist. Elowing worked beside him, and the Silmaril was mounted at the prow, where its light could guide them through whatever darkness they encountered. They sailed west in early spring, when the winds were favorable. Círdan saw them off from the havens, and blessed their journey, though he thought he would never see them again. The ship moved out into open ocean, and the coast of Middle-earth fell away behind them. And soon there was nothing visible except water and sky in all directions. The Silmaril's light burned steady at the prow, and they followed it into the unknown. The first voyage failed. They sailed for weeks following the stars and the jewel's guidance, but they found nothing except endless water that seemed to have no western shore. The provisions ran low, and Irindil turned back, defeated but not broken. They would try again with better preparation and perhaps a different course. For the west had to be somewhere, even if it was hidden from mortal sight. More voyages followed through the years. Irindil sailed west again and again, trying different routes and different seasons, seeking any sign that Valinor existed beyond the ocean's curve. Some journeys ended when storms drove him back, and others when the provisions failed, and once he sailed so far south that ice began forming on the rigging. Each failure taught him something, but brought him no closer to success, and the years were passing while Middle-earth suffered without hope. Elowing did not sail on all the voyages. She remained at the havens, sometimes helping Círdan, and she mourned for their sons who were being raised by the kinslayers who had attacked them. The separation from Elrond and Elros was agony, but she could not reclaim them, and the gulf between her and Medros was filled with too much blood to cross. She put her grief into supporting her husband's quest, for if they could reach the Valar, perhaps even that loss might be redeemed. The successful voyage began like all the others. Irindil sailed west on a course he had tried before, and for weeks there was nothing different from previous attempts. But this time Elwing came as a bird and brought him the Silmaril, refreshed by her presence, and the jewel blazed brighter than it ever had before. The light seemed to open a path through water that had been impassable, and Vingalot sailed forward into seas that grew steadily stranger. The water changed around them. The waves moved differently here, and the stars overhead were not quite in their familiar positions, and mists rose that seemed solid enough to bar passage. But the Silmaril's light cut through every obstruction, and the ship pressed forward through barriers that should have turned it back. Irindil understood they were passing through some boundary between the mortal world and the blessed realm beyond it, and the jewel was the key that opened the way. They saw light ahead at last. It was not sunlight and not starlight, but the radiance of the trees that had been murdered ages ago, preserved somehow in this western land. The light grew stronger as they approached, and the mists parted, and Valinor appeared before them, rising from the sea like a dream made solid. Mountains crowned with brilliance stood against the sky, and beyond them was the glory the elves had left behind in exile. The ship grounded on the shore of Ammon. Irindil stepped out onto blessed sand and felt the weight of his mortality keenly, for he was where no mortal was permitted to be. He walked inland through beauty that hurt to witness, following paths that seemed to guide him toward whatever judgment awaited. The Silmaril hung at his neck, and its light announced him before he reached the city where the Valar sat in council. He came before them at last, and made his plea. He spoke of Middle-earth's suffering and the elves' defeat, of kingdoms destroyed and peoples scattered, of Morgoth's victory that seemed complete. He asked for aid, not for his own sake, but for all the peoples who could not reach this place themselves. For the elves who had been broken by wars they could not win, and for men who were just beginning to matter in the world's story. His words were simple, but they carried weight, because he had crossed the uncrossable ocean to speak them. The Valar debated. Manwë heard Irindil's plea and was moved by it. But the decision to intervene in Middle-earth again was not his alone to make. The powers discussed what aid might be given and at what cost, and whether the free peoples deserved another chance after the kinslayings and the oaths and the pride that had brought them to ruin. The debate lasted while Irindil waited, not knowing if he would be punished for his presumption or rewarded for his courage. The judgment came at last. The Valar would intervene, but Irindil could never return to Middle-earth, for he had come to Aman unbidden and must pay the price for that crossing. He would sail the skies bearing the Silmaril as a sign of hope to those below, a star that would remind them help was coming. Elwing would join him there, and they would dwell in the air between earth and heaven, neither fully of the world nor fully beyond it. It was exile of a kind, but it was also honor, and they accepted the terms because the alternative was abandoning everyone they had left behind. The host of Valinor came at last. Ships appeared on the eastern horizon in numbers beyond counting, and they carried an army that had not marched to war since the world was young. The Vanyar came who had remained in Valinor through all the ages, and the Noldor who had turned back at Alqualond marched beside them. Maya served as captains, and the eagles flew overhead, and the power arrayed against Morgoth was greater than anything Middle-earth had witnessed. The war that followed would be measured in decades rather than years, and it would reshape the land itself before the end. The host advanced slowly toward Angband. They were not rushed by desperation like the elves of Middle-earth had been, and they had strength to waste on thoroughness. Every orc nest was scoured, and every stronghold was taken, and the lands were cleared section by section as the Valar's power pushed steadily north. Morgoth sent forces to delay them, but each battle was a defeat, for the host could replace losses where his own numbers only diminished. The war ground on through seasons and years. Cities were destroyed in the fighting, and forests burned. For the power unleashed by both sides was too great for the land to contain undamaged. Rivers changed their courses, and mountains were broken, and the peoples who dwelt in Beleriand fled south, trying to escape the devastation. Even victory was destructive when powers this great clashed in earnest. Morgoth unleashed the winged dragons. He had been breeding them in secret for this final war, and they came forth in numbers that darkened the sky. They were his greatest weapons, and they struck at the host with fire and terror, and for the first time the advance faltered. Dragons fell on the armies from above and burned whole companies before defenders could respond, and Morgoth's forces rallied behind the dragon's assault. The eagles came. Eärendil sailed overhead in Vingolet, with the Silmaril blazing at the prow, and Thorindr led his people against the dragons in battle that raged across the sky. Eagles and dragons grappled in the air and fell burning to earth. And Eärendil's ship was everywhere at once, bringing hope to those below. The sky battle lasted days before the last dragon was slain or driven back to Angband, and the host could advance again. The siege of Angband lasted years. The fortress that had stood unbreached through all the First Age was surrounded by armies that would not be driven back, and slowly its walls were broken by assault that never stopped. Morgoth's forces made sorties and were destroyed, and his strongholds were taken one by one until only the deepest pits remained. The Dark Lord gathered his strength for final battle, for he could see no escape from the reckoning. The last battle was fought before Angband's broken gates. Morgoth came forth himself in the armor he had not worn since ancient days, and he brought with him everything that remained of his power. The Balrogs that had survived fought beside him, and the orcs died by thousands trying to protect their master, but the host pressed forward and nothing could stop them. The power of the Valar was in that assault, and Morgoth could not stand against it. He was taken alive and chained. The iron crown with the 2 remaining Silmarils was struck from his head, and his weapons were broken. And he was bound with the chain Angaina that had been forged to hold him. He was cast through the door of night into the void beyond the world, and there he would remain until the final breaking of all things. His reign was ended, and his works were destroyed, and the long defeat he had inflicted on the free peoples was avenged at last. But Madros and Magla were not satisfied. The oath still burned in them, and they could see the Silmarils lying in the Valar's possession, taken from Morgoth's crown. They came to the camp of the host in secret and stole the jewels, thinking they had finally achieved what their father had demanded. But when they took the Silmarils in their hands, the holy jewels burned them, for their hands were stained with innocent blood, and the jewels would not suffer such touch. Madros cast himself into a fiery chasm. He could not endure the burning or the failure, and he chose death over living with the knowledge that the oath would never be fulfilled. The eldest of Fina's sons died with a Silmaril in his hand, and the jewel was lost in the earth's depths where none could recover it. The oath died with him, but its fulfillment remained forever beyond reach. Maglo threw his Silmaril into the sea. He wandered the shores afterward, singing laments for all that had been lost, and some said his voice could still be heard in later ages, crying grief that would never end. The last son of Fuena passed out of knowledge and into legend, and whether he died or lived on in sorrow, none could say with certainty. The 3 Silmarils were lost, one in the sky with Eärendil, one in the earth, and one in the sea, and they would never be recovered. Beleriand was broken by the war's power. The land could not contain the forces unleashed there, and it collapsed into the sea along its western coast. Cities and forests and mountains sank beneath the waves, and what remained was only fragments of what had been. The peoples who had dwelt there fled east to lands that would become known as Eriador, and they built new homes far from the ruins of their ancient kingdoms. The First Age ended in fire and water. Morgoth was defeated, and the Silmarils were lost, and the long tale that began at Quivianen had reached its conclusion. The elves who remained were offered passage to Valinor, the undying lands, and many accepted and sailed west to the peace they had abandoned ages ago. Others chose to remain in Middle-earth despite its diminishment, and they would dwell there through the ages to come. The elder days were finished, and a new age was beginning, and those who survived would have to learn to live in a world without the great powers and the great evils that had defined everything they knew. The choice was offered to all the elves who survived the war. The Valar's ships waited in the harbours, and passage to Valinor was granted freely, a pardon for the rebellion that had begun at Alquilland, and a reward for enduring through the long defeat. Any who wished could sail west and dwell in the blessed realm as their ancestors had done, and they would find peace there that Middle-earth could never offer. The question each had to answer was whether that peace was worth the cost of leaving everything they had built in exile. Many chose to sail immediately. They had fought for centuries and lost everything multiple times, and they were tired beyond words. The Noldor who had crossed the Helcarax were old now by any measure, and they longed for rest in lands where war would never come. They looked at diminished Middle-earth and saw only ruins and grief, while Valinor promised healing and reunion with those who had died. The ships filled with those who had earned their peace through suffering. Gil-galad would not sail. He was High King of the Noldor now, after Turgon's death, and he felt responsibility for those who would remain. Someone had to lead the elves who stayed in Middle-earth and organize them into something that could endure, and that burden fell to him by right of kingship. He established his realm in Lindon, west of the Blue Mountains, the only part of Beleriand that survived the war's devastation. There he would build the last great kingdom of the Noldor in Middle-earth. Galadriel chose to remain, though her reasons were complex. She had left Valinor in rebellion and pride, refusing to submit to the Valar's authority or accept the limits they placed on her ambitions. That pride was tempered now, but not extinguished, and she still desired to rule realms of her own making rather than dwelling as a subject in someone else's kingdom. Middle-earth offered freedom that Valinor could not, the chance to shape lands according to her own vision. She and Celeborn would wander the diminished world, seeking where they might build something lasting. Elrond remained because he had been given a choice that other half-elven had not received. The Valar ruled that he and his brother Elros could choose their fate, to be counted among elves or among men. Elrond chose the elven fate and would be immortal, while Elros chose mortality and would become the first king of New. The brothers embraced, knowing they would not meet again after death separated their fates. And Elrond turned to the work of preserving what could be preserved of elvish lore in the New Age. The Sindar had less reason to sail than the Noldor. They had never seen Valinor, and most had no memory of the tree's light, so they were not drawn westward by nostalgia or longing. Middle-earth was their home in ways it had never been for the exiles, and they would not abandon it because the lands had been broken by others' wars. Círdan at the havens, and Thranduil in the forests, and Celeborn with Galadriel, all chose to remain and continue the work they had been doing for ages. Some remained because they could not bear to leave their dead behind. The graves in cairns scattered across the ruined lands held people they loved, and sailing to Valinor meant abandoning those memories to silence and decay. They would stay and tend the graves and remember the names of those who fell, keeping alive the history that might otherwise be lost. Their vigil was quiet and thankless, but they considered it necessary, a debt owed to those who could not choose for themselves. The departures happened over months as ships filled and sailed. Families divided again, as they had divided at every crisis, with some members choosing peace, while others chose to continue in Middle-earth. The farewells were bitter, because most understood they would not meet again, for those who sailed would not return, and those who stayed would not follow. The havens saw constant grief as the old ties were severed one by one. The last ships carried those who had hesitated longest. They stood at the shore looking back at Middle-earth and forward toward Valinor, and they made their choices with hearts that felt torn regardless of which way they decided. Some boarded at the final moment and some turned away, and when the ships departed there was finality to it that made even the immortal understand loss. The sea closed behind the vessels, and those who remained could only watch them disappear. The elves who stayed began the work of building new settlements in lands they barely knew. Lindon became Gil-galad's seat of power and the center of what remained of Noldor culture in Middle-earth. Rivendell would eventually be founded by Elrond as a refuge for lore and healing. The forests east of the mountains held sylvan elves who had never left, and Sindar who joined them now, creating realms that would endure through the ages. The scattered peoples were diminished but not destroyed, and they would maintain their presence in the world even as it changed around them. The question of why they stayed had different answers for different people. Some loved Middle-earth too much to leave it regardless of what peace the West offered. Others felt obligations to peoples and places that kept them bound to the mortal lands. Some were proud and would not submit to the Valar's authority even now, while others were humble and felt their work was not yet finished. The reasons were complex and personal and often contradictory, but they all added up to the same choice. The first age was over and the second age had begun. The great powers were gone and the great evils were cast out, and what remained was a world where the free peoples would have to make their own way without the Valar's direct intervention. The elves who stayed would watch as men rose to prominence, and the dominion of the world slowly shifted away from the firstborn. They had chosen to remain, and they would live with that choice through all the long, slow fading that was to come, holding to their purpose while everything they had known crumbled around them. It was a kind of courage, different from the battlefield variety, but no less real. The courage to endure when enduring itself was the only victory left to claim. Gil-galad built his realm in the lands that remained. Lindon stretched along the western coast, where the blue mountains met the sea, and it was green and fair despite being only a fragment of what Beleriand had been. The High King established his seat at the Gulf of Lune, where the mountains opened to the ocean, and from there he could see both the lands he ruled and the water that separated him from Valinor. It was a position that looked both ways at once, toward the future in Middle-earth and toward the past across the sea. The kingdom was organized with care that came from hard lessons. Gil-galad had seen too many realms fall to build carelessly, and he structured Lindon to endure rather than to impress. Towers were raised at strategic positions to watch the roads, and messengers could carry word across the kingdom in days rather than weeks. The population was scattered in settlements that could support themselves rather than concentrated in cities that might become targets. Everything was designed for survival in a world that had proven itself hostile to elvish ambitions. Círdan remained at the havens as he had for thousands of years. The shipwright was older than almost anyone who remained in Middle-earth, having dwelt on these shores since before the great journey began. He built the grey havens at the head of the gulf, and his docks received the last ships bringing refugees from the drowned lands. He also built ships that would sail west carrying those who chose Valinor over continued exile, and he kept that passage open through all the ages to come. The realm prospered in the early years of the Second Age. Peace came to lands that had known little but war through the First Age, and the elves used that peace to rebuild culture and craft. Libraries were established to preserve what lore had survived the wars, and smiths worked to recover techniques that had been lost when a region and the other centers of learning fell. The work was slow but steady, and Lindon became a repository of elvish knowledge that might otherwise have been scattered beyond recovery. Gil-galad sent scouts eastward to learn what had become of the lands beyond the mountains. The reports came back describing vast forests and plains where the Sylvan elves dwelt, and beyond those were territories where men were multiplying and spreading. The world was larger than the elves had remembered, and it was filling with peoples who had not been significant in the wars of the First Age. The High King understood that the future would belong to these newcomers eventually, but for now there was still space for the Eldar to maintain their presence. Numenor rose from the sea in the 32nd year. The Valar lifted an island from the ocean depths and gave it to the Edain as reward for their faithfulness through the wars, and the men who had fought alongside the elves were granted a home blessed beyond what mortals usually received. The island was vast and fair, and its people would be long-lived by the standards of their kind, and they would become the greatest of mortal kingdoms. Ships began arriving at the Grey Havens from Numenor within decades, bringing trade and friendship that enriched both peoples. The friendship between elves and these men grew deep in the early centuries. The Numenorians learned much from the Eldar, and they brought gifts of their own, including knowledge of the stars and skill in navigation that exceeded even Círdan's craft. Gil-galad welcomed their ships and made alliances that would last for ages, and for a time it seemed the Second Age would be better than the First had been. The shadow of Morgoth was gone, and no enemy rose to replace him, and the peoples of Middle-earth knew something approaching peace. But Gil-galad kept watch toward the east, regardless of the peace. Morgoth had been cast out, but his servants remained, scattered and leaderless, but not destroyed. Sauron, especially, was somewhere in Middle-earth, and the elves had not forgotten how dangerous Morgoth's lieutenant had been. The High King sent scouts to search for signs of the enemy's return, and he maintained readiness for war even during centuries when no war threatened. The long peace lasted for over 1,000 years. Children were born who never knew the First Age and could barely imagine its horrors, and they grew up in a world where elves and men lived as friends and allies. Trade flourished and arts prospered, and the long defeat that had defined the elder days seemed to be forgotten in this new age of building rather than destroying. Lindon stood as proof that the elves could endure and even thrive in diminished middle. But the peace was always fragile underneath its surface, calm. The elves were fewer with each passing century as some chose to sail west and others simply faded from weariness. The lands they controlled were shrinking as men multiplied and spread, and the dominion of the firstborn was clearly waning even in this age of friendship. Gil-galad saw the long, slow decline beginning and understood it was inevitable, but he would not abandon his post while he remained. He was High King, and he would rule well for as long as the elves needed ruling, watching the east and keeping the old knowledge alive against the darkness he knew would come again eventually. The Grey Havens were busy through these centuries. Ships sailed west, regularly carrying those who had chosen to end their time in Middle-earth, and Círdan saw off each departure with blessings and sorrow mixed together. He was one of the few who remembered Quivianen and the awakening under stars, and he carried that memory like a treasure that grew heavier with each passing age. But he would not sail himself, for his work was not finished and the havens needed their master. He would remain until the very end, the last guardian of the passage west. Lindon endured. The kingdom was not glorious like Gondolin had been, or mighty like the realms of the First Age, but it was solid and lasting and good. Gil-galad ruled with wisdom earned through disaster, and his people lived in peace that their ancestors would have considered impossible. The Second Age was kinder than the first had been, at least in its beginning, and the elves who remained in Middle-earth made the most of the time they were given before the darkness stirred again. The great forest east of the mountains had never been touched by the wars of Beleriand. It stretched for hundreds of miles under a canopy so thick that starlight barely reached the ground, and the elves who dwelt there were sylvan folk who had turned aside from the great journey ages ago. They knew nothing of Valinor or the tree's light, and they had developed their own ways in isolation that was near complete. Their lives were simple and their needs were few, and they were content with the green darkness that had been their home since before the stars were counted. Orifer came to the forest after the War of Wrath. He was Sindarin and had survived the drowning of Beleriand, and he led others of his people who would not remain in Lindon under Gil-galad's rule. They came east, seeking places where they might establish themselves without the oversight of the High King, and they found the great forest welcoming despite its strangeness. The Sylvan Elves received them cautiously, for these were kindred who spoke languages they barely understood and carried memories of wars the forest folk had never witnessed. Thranduil was Orifer's son, and he adapted more quickly to the forest than his father did. He learned the Sylvan speech and their woodcraft, and he married among them to bind the two peoples together. The Sindar brought knowledge of smithing and building that the Sylvan Elves lacked, while the forest folk taught the newcomers how to move through the woods without disturbing a single leaf. The blending happened slowly over decades, and it created something new that was neither purely Sindarin nor purely Sylvan. Orifer became king of the woodland realm, though his rule was lighter than what the Sindar were accustomed to. The Sylvan Elves did not want heavy governance, and they had no use for the formal structures that are defined the great kingdoms of the First Age. Orifer adapted his leadership to his people's needs, holding court rarely and letting most communities govern themselves. The realm was unified more by culture than by command, and it suited the forest better than any imposed hierarchy would have. The forest would eventually be called Greenwood the Great. It was the largest unbroken woodland in Middle-earth, and it held mysteries that even the elves who dwelt there did not fully understand. Ancient powers slept in its depths, and old paths wound through regions where time seemed to move differently. The Sylvan Elves knew which areas to avoid and which were safe, and they taught this knowledge to the Sindar, who had to learn that beauty and danger often dwelt together in their new home. Lorien developed differently to the south. The forest there was golden-leaved and beautiful in ways that reminded the Sindar of lands they had lost. And Amda led Sindar settlers there who blended with the sylvan folk already present. The realm was smaller than the woodland kingdom to the north, but it was equally fair, and its people developed their own ways of combining the two cultures. The trees there were ancient and powerful, and the elves learned to build flats high in the branches where they could dwell among the leaves. The tension between the cultures was real despite the good intentions on both sides. The Sindar had seen Valinor's light, even if only briefly, and that experience marked them as different from those who had never left Middle-earth. They carried memories of the great kingdoms and the terrible wars, and sometimes they judged the Sylvan ways as primitive or limited. The forest folk resented implications that their simpler lives were somehow inferior, and they pushed back against Sindarin attempts to change too much too quickly. Orifer navigated these tensions by adopting Sylvan customs wherever he could. He dressed in their style and spoke their language more often than Sindarin, and he insisted his court follow the forest ways rather than importing Balerian's formality. Some of the Sindar who came with him were uncomfortable with this reversal, but Orifer understood that his people were guests in a land that was not originally theirs. The forest had sheltered the Sylvan elves for thousands of years, and newcomers needed to adapt rather than demanding others change. The relationship with Lindon was complicated. Gil-galad claimed to be High King of all the Noldor, and by extension all the elves in Middle-earth. But Orifer did not acknowledge that authority. He had left the West specifically to be free of such claims, and he ruled his forest realm as an independent king who owed no allegiance to anyone. The High King accepted this with good grace, for he had no desire to fight other elves over questions of precedence. The woodland realms went their own way, and Lindon did not interfere. Trade between the realms was limited but present. Goods traveled along forest paths and over mountains, carrying news and materials that each region needed. Lindon had metalwork and preserved lore that the forest kingdoms valued, while the woodland realms had timber and herbs that could not be found in the West. The exchange was beneficial to all parties, and it maintained connections between scattered elven populations that might otherwise have drifted completely apart. The forest realms were less formal than the western kingdoms, but they were no less real. The elves who dwelt there built halls in the trees and caves, and they created beauty that suited the green shadows they loved. Their music was different from the songs of the Noldor, and their crafts followed different patterns, but they were no less skilled for being different. The blending of Sindar and Sylvan created cultures that were unique to their forests and perfectly adapted to the lands they inhabited. These realms would endure longer than most others. When the kingdoms of the West failed and the power of the elves waned, the forest folk would remain in their beloved trees, continuing lives that had changed little since the First Age. Thranduil would eventually succeed his father and rule for ages beyond counting, and his realm would stand when almost everything else had fallen. The woodland kingdoms were not mighty or glorious by the standards of the great realms, but they had something those others lacked, a deep-rootedness that could not be easily broken. Galadriel and Celeborn would not settle in any one place for centuries. They moved through Middle-earth, seeking where they might establish themselves, and they found every region had its own character and challenges. The lands were vast and mostly empty of elves, and they could have claimed almost anywhere if they chose. But they were searching for something specific, a place that felt right in ways they could not articulate until they found it. They spent time in Linden first. Gil-galad welcomed them and offered them positions of honor. But Galadriel had not crossed the sea and endured exile to serve under another's kingship. She and Celeborn remained only long enough to understand what the High King was building, and then they moved on. The West was too settled and too defined by old hierarchies that reminded her of what she had fled. They traveled to a region when that realm was being founded. The land was fair, and the people there were focused on craft rather than power, and for a time it seemed they might stay. Celeborn especially appreciated the friendship with the dwarves of Khazad-dûm, for he had not known dwarves before and found their skill impressive. But Galadriel felt unease she could not name, and she counseled moving on before roots grew too deep. She saw through the fair form to the malice beneath, and she urged Celebrimbor to send him away. He did not listen. The craft Anatar offered was too tempting, and Celebrimbor believed he could control any situation through skill and wisdom. Galadriel and Celeborn left Eregend before the ring-making began, and they went east across the mountains to territories they had not yet explored. Her rejection of the disguised Sauron would save her from the corruption that took others, but it also meant she could not prevent what was coming. They dwelt in Lorien for a time among the golden trees. The Sylvan Elves there welcomed them, and Celeborn felt at home in ways he had not since leaving Doriath. But Galadriel was restless still, sensing that their final destination lay elsewhere. They remained long enough to establish friendships and learn the forest's ways, and then they continued their wandering. Years became decades, and decades became centuries. They traveled through regions that would later hold kingdoms, but were empty wilderness in the Second Age's early years. They met scattered groups of men and taught them what they were willing to learn, and they witnessed the slow spread of mortal settlements across lands that had been elven territory. The world was changing visibly, and the dominion of the Firstborn was receding. The news from Eregion reached them while they were far to the east. Sauron had revealed himself, and war had come, and the realm they had left was under assault. Celebrimbor was dead, and his works were plundered, and Eregion was falling into ruin. Galadriel felt grief for what had been lost, and relief that they had not stayed, and the mixture of those feelings was bitter. She had been right to reject Anatar, but being right had not saved anyone. They returned west when the fighting ended. The war between Sauron and the Elves had reshaped the map, and Eregion was destroyed beyond restoration. Galadriel and Celeborn found Elrond establishing Rivendell in the foothills as a refuge for those who survived, and they aided him in that work. The Hidden Valley became a place of healing and law-keeping, and their presence helped give it strength during its vulnerable founding years. But they did not stay in Rivendell either. Galadriel was searching still for the place that would be truly theirs, and she had not found it. They moved on after Rivendell was secure, traveling south and east again. Their wandering seemed purposeless to others, but Galadriel was following intuition that had served her well through centuries of survival. They came to Lorien at last, and this time they stayed. The realm had been without strong leadership since Amdarest's death in the last alliance, and the people welcomed Galadriel and Celeborn as rulers who could give them direction. The golden trees called to something in Galadriel that other places had not reached, and she understood her wandering was finished. This would be her realm through all the ages remaining to her in Middle-earth. She transformed Lorien over the following centuries. The realm had been fair before, but under her rule it became more. A place where time moved strangely and darkness could not easily penetrate. She bore Nenya, one of the 3 rings that Celebrimba had made without Sauron's touch, and its power helped her preserve what would otherwise have faded. The forest became a refuge outside the normal flow of the world, a memory of elder days maintained through will and power. Celeborn ruled beside her. His wisdom complemented hers, and his steadiness balanced her intensity, and together they made Lorien into something that could endure. The realm was hidden but not isolated, and it maintained connections with the other elven kingdoms, while keeping its own character distinct. Those who found the golden wood spoke of it afterward as if describing a dream, beautiful and strange and somehow outside ordinary time. The wandering years were finished. Galadriel had found at last what she had been seeking without knowing she sought it. A place where she could rule according to her own vision and preserve something of what the elves had been. She would remain in Lorien through all the ages of the Second and Third Ages, watching the world change around her while her realm stayed constant. The restless daughter of Finarfin had become the Lady of the Golden Wood, and she would hold that position until the very end. Celebrimba founded his realm in the foothills where the mountains opened toward the west. The land was called Eregion, the land of holly, and it was fair with running water and ancient trees. He chose this place because it was near the dwarf city of Khazad-dûm, for he desired friendship with that people and access to the metals they mined. The location was strategic and beautiful together, and it drew craftsmen from across Middle-earth who wanted to learn from Fëanor's grandson. The city grew around the ideal of making. Celebrimba had inherited his grandfather's genius without inheriting all his pride, and he wanted to create works that would endure through ages and benefit all peoples. He gathered smiths and jewelwrights and workers in stone, and he organized them into guilds that would preserve knowledge and pass skills to new generations. Eregion became a center of craft that had not been seen since the great cities of the First Age fell. The friendship with the dwarves was the foundation of Erigion's success. The gates of Khazad-dûm opened to the east, and Eregion lay on the western side, and between them ran roads that carried constant traffic. Dwarves brought mithril and other rare metals, while elves offered their skill in working those materials into forms the dwarves could not achieve alone. The exchange benefited both peoples and created bonds that seemed unbreakable. Na'vi was the greatest dwarf craftsman of his age. He and Celebrimba became friends beyond what treaties could forge, and they worked together on projects that combined their people's strengths. The doors of Durin were their masterwork together, gates of mithril and magic that would open to those who knew the words. The doors stood as testimony to what cooperation could achieve, beautiful and functional and lasting. The guilds of Eregion developed techniques that would be lost when the realm fell. They learned to work metals in ways that made them stronger without making them heavier. And they discovered alloys that had properties neither component possessed alone. The jewel smiths could cut gems to catch light in patterns that seemed almost alive, and the stoneworkers carved with precision that made their structures appear to grow rather than being built. Knowledge accumulated and was written down, and Irigen's libraries grew thick with scrolls describing every secret the craftsman discovered. Celebrimber was driven by his family's shadow. Feanor had made the Silmarils, and they had brought nothing but ruin. And Curufin, his father, had died pursuing the oath those jewels inspired. Celebrimber wanted to prove that craft could heal rather than destroy, that making could be redemptive rather than damning. He poured himself into his work with intensity that worried those who knew him well, seeking through skill to redeem a family name that was cursed in memory. The realm prospered through the centuries. Population grew as elves came from Lindon and from the scattered settlements seeking to learn from a region's masters. Trade brought wealth that funded ever more ambitious projects, and the city expanded up the hillsides and along the river valleys. Markets filled with goods from across Middle-earth and beyond, for even Numenorian ships brought their cargoes to a region's ports, though the realm was inland. The height of a region's glory came in the centuries around the year 1000. The guilds were at their peak, and the friendship with Khazad-dûm was deepest, and the works being created surpassed anything made since the Elder Days. Celebrimber himself was crafting pieces that would be counted among the great works of all time, though none of them approached what his grandfather had achieved. He was the greatest living craftsman, but he could not escape being measured against Feanor. The desire for greater achievement was growing. Celebrimber had reached the limits of what traditional craft could accomplish, and he was beginning to look for ways to transcend those limits. He studied the old lore and experimented with techniques that bordered on the dangerous, seeking to infuse his works with power beyond mere physical excellence. His peers warned him to be careful, but he would not be constrained by caution. The realm was peaceful and confident. The elves of Eregion believed they had found a sustainable way to exist in Middle-earth, creating beauty and knowledge without the pride that had destroyed the First Age kingdoms. They had learned from past mistakes and built something that seemed proof against repetition of old disasters. The future looked bright, and the work continued without any sense that disaster was approaching. But the seeds of Eregion's fall were already present. The desire for greater craft and deeper knowledge was the same desire that had driven Feanor to create what could not be unmade, and Celebrimber was walking a path his grandfather had travelled. The friendship with the dwarves was real, but it made Eregion dependent on that relationship, vulnerable if it were disrupted. The concentration of knowledge and skill in one place meant everything could be lost if that place fell. Still, Eregion endured in beauty. The halls rang with hammer song, and the forges burned bright, and the craftsmen bent over their work, believing they were building something permanent. They did not see the darkness gathering, or sense the attention focusing on their realm from far away. Morgoth's greatest servant was watching Eregion and planning how to corrupt its strength into serving his purposes. But that tale belonged to the years ahead, and for now there was only craft and friendship and the satisfaction of making beautiful things in a world that needed beauty. The golden age of Eregion lasted until the shadow came bearing gifts. When it ended, the loss would be absolute, but while it lasted, it was magnificent. Celebrimber's realm showed what the elves could achieve when they worked together toward common purpose, and the memory of that achievement would outlast the realm itself. The craft of Eregion would influence makers through all the ages to come, even after its halls were empty and its forges were cold. Annatar came to Eregion in the year 1200, calling himself the Lord of Gifts. His form was fair beyond measure, and his words were honey, offering knowledge that no elf possessed and friendship that seemed genuine. He said he was an emissary from the Valar, sent to help Middle-earth recover from the wars, and he brought teachings that would let the elves preserve their realms against the decay of time. Celebrimbor listened and was intrigued, despite warnings from those who distrusted gifts that seemed too generous. Gil-galad refused Anatar entry to Lindon. The High King looked upon the supposed emissary and felt wrongness he could not name, and he would not permit this stranger within his borders. Galadriel in a region rejected him equally and urged Celebrimbor to send him away, for she perceived malice beneath the beautiful disguise. But Celebrimbor wanted what Anatar offered, and he believed his own wisdom was sufficient protection against deception. The teaching began slowly and carefully. Anatar did not reveal everything at once, but parceled out knowledge in measured portions, each gift making the next seem inevitable. He taught methods of preserving things against time's ravages and ways of imbuing objects with power, beyond their physical properties. The techniques were subtle and required skill Eregion's craftsmen possessed, and they seemed to be natural extensions of what they already knew, rather than alien knowledge from questionable sources. The idea of the rings emerged gradually. Anatar spoke of objects that could hold and focus power in ways that other works could not. Artifacts that would let the elves maintain their realms, even as the world changed around them. Such rings would preserve beauty against decay and wisdom against forgetting, and they would give their bearers strength to resist the darkness that was always pressing in from the borders. The concept seemed reasonable and even necessary given the challenges the elves faced. The forging began in the year 1500. Celebrimbor and his greatest smiths worked with Anatar's guidance to create rings of power, artifacts that embodied principles they had been learning for centuries. The work was painstaking and required absolute precision, for the smallest error would make the rings useless or dangerous. Anatar participated in much of the process, but he also withdrew at times, working on his own projects in private. 16 rings were made with Anatar's direct involvement. They were distributed among elves and dwarves, and eventually men, gifts meant to bind these peoples to the work of preservation. Each ring gave its bearer enhanced abilities and prolonged life, and they seemed to be exactly what had been promised. The rings for dwarves emphasized their natural love of craft and wealth, while those for men enhanced their ability to command and rule. All of them were bound to a common purpose, or so their makers believed. But Celebrimbor worked in secret on 3 final rings. He had learned from Anatar, but he was not merely the student, and he understood techniques that went beyond what his teacher had shown him. These 3 would be greater than the others, and they would be made without Sauron's direct touch, imbued with power that served only preservation and healing. He crafted Vilya and Narya and Nenya with art that was his alone, and he set them aside as the crown of his achievement. Sauron returned to Mordor. He had learned what he needed in Eregion, and he had accomplished what he came to do. And now he would complete his own work in the privacy of his fortress. He had been forging the one ring in secret, while Celebrimbor made the others, and the final work required his full attention in a place where no spy could observe. He labored in the fires of Mount Doom, creating the ruling ring that would control all the others. The one ring was completed in the year 1600. Sauron spoke the spell that bound all the rings to his will. And in that moment every bearer of the lesser rings felt the connection. They understood suddenly that they had been deceived, and that their rings were tools of domination rather than preservation. The elves removed their rings immediately and hid them, refusing to wear them while Sauron held the one. The dwarves proved harder to control than Sauron expected, and the 9 given to men would take time to work their full corruption. Celebrimbor understood his error too late. He had been used by Morgoth's lieutenant to create instruments of enslavement, and his desire to redeem his family's name had instead damned him more completely. The rings existed and could not be unmade, and Sauron held the master ring that commanded them all. Everything a region had worked for was corrupted at its foundation, and the realm's glory was revealed as built on lies. War was inevitable now. Sauron had what he wanted, and he no longer needed pretense, and he would take a region by force to claim the rings Celebrimbor had made without his aid. The guilds that had flourished in peace would be tested by violence they were not prepared for, and the friendship with the dwarves would be strained by disasters that were coming. The age of craft was ending, and the age of war was beginning again. Eregion prepared its defenses. The smiths turned from making beautiful things to forging weapons, and the scholars of peaceful arts learned warcraft they had hoped never to need. Celebrimbor sent messengers to Gil-galad and to Khazad-dûm begging for aid, and he worked to hide the 3 rings where Sauron could never find them. The realm's beauty was still present, but it was beauty under siege, and everyone knew the storm was coming. The revelation of Anatar's true identity shattered whatever remained of the Second Age's early peace. Sauron had announced himself and his purpose, and the free peoples understood they faced an enemy who was patient and subtle as Morgoth had never been. The deceiver had walked among them and corrupted their greatest works, and the knowledge of that corruption would poison their efforts through all the ages to come. The rings of power existed now, and they could not be destroyed while the one remained, and that stalemate would define the war that was beginning. Eregion stood on the edge of disaster. The realm's foundations were cracked, and its purpose was revealed as based on lies, and Sauron's armies were gathering for assault. The Golden Age was over, and the reckoning was coming, and Celebrimbor could only prepare to pay the price for trusting a gift-giver whose gifts were poisoned from the beginning. Sauron's armies came in the year 1693. They poured from Mordor in numbers that dwarfed anything the elves had prepared for, and they moved with purpose that showed their masters planning. Eregion was the target, and Celebrimbor was the prize. For Sauron wanted the 3 rings, and he would tear the realm apart to find them. The assault was overwhelming from its first moments. The border fortresses fell within weeks. Eregion's defenders fought bravely, but they were craftsmen turned warriors, and they could not hold against professional soldiers bred for war. The enemy pushed steadily westward, burning what they conquered and killing everyone who resisted. Refugees fled ahead of the advance, carrying what they could save, and the roads were clogged with those seeking safety that did not exist. Celebrimbor sent the 3 rings away before the siege closed around his city. He gave Vilya and Narya to Gil-galad in Lindon, trusting the High King to keep them hidden. Nenya went elsewhere, though its path was not recorded clearly, and it would eventually come to Galadriel. The rings were safe, but everything else was lost, and Celebrimbor remained to face what he had helped create. The siege of Eregion lasted 2 years. The city was well built, and its people were desperate. and they held longer than Sauron expected. But supplies dwindled and hope faded, and the walls were breached at last through treachery or exhaustion. The enemy poured through, and the slaughter began, and Eregion's craftsmen died defending works they had labored lifetimes to create. The guilds were scattered, and the libraries were burned, and centuries of accumulated knowledge went up in smoke. Celebrimbor was taken alive. Sauron wanted to know where the three rings were hidden, and he would extract that information through methods that made death seem merciful. The torture continued for months in Sauron's camp while Eregion burned and Celebrimbor endured beyond what should have been possible. He never revealed where the rings had gone, and eventually Sauron killed him out of frustration rather than calculation. His body was used as a banner. Sauron mounted Celebrimbor's corpse on a pole and carried it at the head of his army as they marched north toward Lindon. The message was clear and terrible, that this was the fate of those who opposed him, and that the same doom awaited Gil-galad. The army moved with confidence that seemed justified, for they had destroyed Eregion utterly, and the north lay open before them. Elrond was sent south with whatever force Gil-galad could spare. He came too late to save Eregion, but in time to gather some of its refugees, and he led them in desperate retreat toward the north. Sauron's forces pursued and caught them in the foothills, and the battle that followed was brutal. Elrond's company would have been destroyed, except that the enemy was overextended and the terrain favored defense. He founded Rivendell in the midst of war. The hidden valley offered defensible ground where a small force could hold against larger numbers, and water ran through it that sustained besieged defenders. Elrond fortified the valley with whatever materials he could gather and organized the survivors into a garrison that would endure. Imladris became a refuge in the middle of enemy-controlled territory, and it held through years when it should have fallen. The siege of Rivendell, ground on Sauron, sent forces to reduce the valley, but they could not break through, and he could not spare enough strength to overwhelm it while his main army was engaged elsewhere. Elrond held with courage that proved him worthy of his heritage, and the valley became a symbol of resistance when resistance seemed suicidal. Refugees found their way there through secret paths, and the population grew even while surrounded. Numenor intervened in the year 1700. The island kingdom sent a fleet, carrying armies greater than anything Sauron had faced, and they landed on the western coasts with force that could not be ignored. Gil-galad had sent word begging for aid, and the men who remembered friendship with the Elves answered with strength that saved Lindon and Rivendell both. The war's momentum shifted instantly when the Númenórean banners appeared. Sauron retreated. He could not face the combined strength of Elves and Númenóreans, and he withdrew to Mordor before he could be trapped. His armies broke before the assault and scattered into the wild lands, and the advance that had seemed unstoppable was reversed in a single season. The Númenóreans pursued him to the borders of his realm, but did not attempt to enter Mordor itself, and Sauron was left to rebuild behind his mountains. Eriador was devastated by the war. The lands between the mountains and the sea were burned and depopulated, and it would be centuries before they recovered. Eregion was gone beyond any hope of restoration, and its people were dead or scattered to whatever refuge they could find. The craft knowledge accumulated there was lost, except for fragments preserved by those who escaped, and the techniques would never be fully recovered. The cost in lives was terrible. Thousands of elves died in the war, and thousands more sailed west afterward, unable to endure Middle-earth after witnessing such destruction. The elven population in the mortal lands diminished dramatically, and it would never recover to pre-war levels. The Second Age's peace was broken permanently, and the Shadow was established as a constant threat that could not be ignored. But the Three Rings were safe. Sauron had not captured them and did not know where they were hidden, and they remained the one thing he had failed to achieve. The rings would become crucial in the ages ahead as tools for preserving what could be preserved, and their secrecy would frustrate Sauron through all his later plotting. Celebrimbor's final act had been protecting them, and that protection mattered more than anything else he accomplished. The Black Years ended with Sauron contained but not defeated. He remained in Mordor, growing in strength, and the Free Peoples understood that the war was far from over. But they had survived when survival seemed impossible, and that survival proved they could resist even when facing overwhelming power. The price had been terrible, but the alternative would have been worse, and they would pay that price again in ages to come when the Shadow reached out once more. The recovery from Sauron's war took decades. The survivors rebuilt what they could and mourned what was lost, and slowly the wounds in the land began to heal. Rivendell remained as Elrond's refuge, a place where lore could be preserved and refugees could find shelter. The valley became essential to whatever strength the elves retained in Eriador, and its master grew in wisdom and authority as the centuries passed. Peace returned and held for centuries. Sauron remained in Mordor, gathering strength, and did not venture out, and the Free Peoples used that respite to recover and rebuild. Trade routes reopened and populations grew, and life continued in ways that began to resemble normalcy. But those who were wise never forgot that the enemy endured behind his mountains, and vigilance was maintained even during years when no threat appeared. Numenor changed through those long years. The island kingdom that had been blessed became proud and greedy, and its people grew discontent with the limits mortality placed on them. They saw the elves living forever and resented the gift of death they had been given, and that resentment poisoned everything. Their ships ranged across Middle-earth no longer as friends but as conquerors, taking what they wanted and ruling over men who could not resist them. The faithful among the Númenóreans dwindled. These were people who remembered friendship with the elves and reverence for the Valar, and they tried to hold to the old ways despite their king's corruption. But they were persecuted for their beliefs and driven from positions of power, and many fled to Middle-earth to escape what their homeland was becoming. They settled along the coasts and maintained the friendship with the elves that their nation had abandoned. Ar-Pharazôn became king of Númenor in the year 30 to 55. He was mighty and proud and determined to be acknowledged as the greatest king who had ever lived, and he would not tolerate any rival to his authority. When word came that Sauron was calling himself king of men and demanding tribute from Númenórean settlements, Ar-Pharazôn's pride was kindled to rage. He would not be defied by anyone, and he would teach this upstart in Mordor who truly ruled Middle-earth. The fleet that sailed east in 30 to 61 carried armies that could have conquered kingdoms. Ar-Pharazôn brought such force that Sauron's own servants deserted when they saw the banners approaching, and the Dark Lord understood he could not face this threat with military strength. His armies were great, but Númenor's were greater, and open war would end in his defeat. He chose a different weapon, one the proud king would never see coming. Sauron surrendered without battle. He came before Ar-Pharazôn in fair form, offering submission and flattery, and the king was too proud to see the trap. Sauron was taken to Númenor as a prisoner, but he went willingly because corruption from within suited his purposes better than resistance from without. The king thought he had won a great victory by capturing Morgoth's lieutenant, but he had actually invited his doom into his own house. The corruption of Númenor took decades. Sauron worked as he had in a region, with patience and honeyed words, turning the king's pride into madness. He taught that death was a curse the Valar had imposed out of jealousy, and that Valinor could be conquered if the king had the courage to take it. Ar-Pharazôn listened and was corrupted, and his people followed him into darkness that deepened year by year. The great armament sailed west in 3319. Ar-Pharazôn had built a fleet larger than any that had existed, and he filled it with armies meant to conquer the blessed realm itself. The faithful fled to their ships and escaped to Middle-earth before the final madness. But the king and those who followed him sailed into the west with Sauron's lies driving them onward. They thought they would take Valinor by force and claim immortality as plunder. The world broke rather than permit that sacrilege. Ilúvatar himself intervened, and the seas rose up, and Númenor sank beneath the waves, and everything the island had been was drowned in moments. The king and his armies disappeared into the abyss, and the Second Age's greatest kingdom of men was ended utterly. Only the faithful who had fled survived to build new kingdoms in Middle-earth, and they would carry guilt for their people's crimes through all the ages to come. Sauron's body was destroyed in the cataclysm. His spirit fled back to Mordor, but he could never again take fair form, and he was diminished by the island's destruction. But he survived, and he still held the One Ring, and he began immediately to rebuild his power. The setback was temporary, and his purpose was unchanged, and the Free Peoples would have to face him again in a war that would define the age's ending. The survivors founded new kingdoms. Elendil, the faithful, established Arnor and Gondor with his sons, raising cities that would endure for ages. They built in memory of what Númenor had been before its corruption, trying to preserve the good and reject the evil that had destroyed their homeland. The kingdoms grew strong quickly, for the refugees brought knowledge and skill that lesser men did not possess. Sauron moved against the new kingdoms within decades. He would not permit Númenor's remnants to establish themselves where they might threaten him, and he brought overwhelming force to destroy them before they could grow strong. The assault was brutal and nearly successful, driving the faithful back to their last strongholds. Isildur fled to Lindon begging for aid, and Gil-galad understood the moment had come for final reckoning with the enemy. The last alliance was formed in 342-9. Elves and men joined in common cause, as they had not since the War of Wrath. And the army they assembled was the greatest that had marched since the First Age ended. Gil-galad led the elves with Elrond as his herald, and Elendil commanded the men with his sons beside him. They marched east together toward Mordor, and their purpose was ending Sauron forever, regardless of what it cost. The march took months across Middle-earth. The host gathered strength as it moved, and dwarves joined them, though their numbers were fewer than in earlier wars. The army was vast and determined, and it swept aside everything Sauron sent to delay it. The Free Peoples were united as they had not been for ages, and their unity gave them strength that no single kingdom could have mustered. They came to Mordor and laid siege to Barad-dûr. The Dark Tower stood against them for 7 years, while the host maintained their lines and prevented relief from reaching the enemy. The siege was costly and brutal, wearing down both sides through constant skirmishing and occasional major assaults. But the alliance held and Sauron's strength was contained, and slowly he was being bled of the forces that had made him dominant. The final battle came in 3441, when Sauron emerged to break the siege personally. He came forth from his tower in wrath and desperation, and the fighting that followed was terrible beyond description. Gil-galad and Elendil stood against him together, and they cast him down, though both were killed in the effort. The High King of the Noldor died as Fingolfin had died, fighting the enemy in single combat, and Elendil fell beside him. Their sacrifice was not in vain. Isildur cut the ring from Sauron's hand. The enemy fell, and his spirit fled, and the ring that had held his power lay there on the ground before the king's son. Elrond urged him to destroy it in the fires of Mount Doom where it had been made, for the ring was the source of Sauron's strength, and without it he could not recover. But Isildur claimed the ring as Wurgald for his father and would not surrender it, and he took it north to whatever doom it would bring him. The war was won, but the victory was incomplete. Sauron was defeated and would not return for thousands of years, but the ring survived, and with it the possibility of his return. Gil-galad was dead, and the high kingship of the Noldor passed out of Middle-earth, for no one who remained had the authority to claim that title. The last alliance had accomplished what it set out to do, but the price was higher than anyone had wanted to pay, and the ending was less final than it should have been. The Third Age began without a High King of the Noldor. Gil-galad had died on Mordor's plains, and no one who remained in Middle-earth could claim his authority, for the mightiest had either sailed west or fallen in the wars. The Elves were scattered in separated realms that owed each other courtesy but not obedience, and the unity that had briefly existed in the last alliance dissolved. Each kingdom would go its own way through the long years ahead, maintaining what could be maintained while the world changed around them. Isildur died in the second year of the New Age. He was ambushed at the Gladden Fields while travelling north, and the ring that he had claimed as Wurgald betrayed him by slipping from his finger. He was shot by orc arrows in the river, and his body was lost, and the ring sank into the water where it would lie hidden for thousands of years. The death seemed like an ending to the war's last thread, for the ring was lost and Sauron was defeated, and the free peoples believed they could finally build in peace. Rivendell endured as Elrond's refuge. The last homely house became essential to the elves' survival in Middle-earth, for it preserved lore that would otherwise be lost, and it offered shelter to those who needed healing. Elrond gathered what remained of the written knowledge from the fallen kingdoms, and he copied what could be copied before it faded beyond recovery. His library grew over centuries into a repository that contained memories of ages most had forgotten. Lothlorien stood golden and timeless under Galadriel's rule. She bore Nenya, and its power helped her preserve the forest against the decay that claimed other lands. And those who entered the realm felt they had stepped outside the normal flow of time. The realm was hidden but not isolated, and it maintained connections with the other elven kingdoms while keeping itself distinct. Celeborn ruled beside her with wisdom that complemented her power, and together they made the Golden Wood into something that seemed untouchable. Greenwood darkened as centuries passed. A shadow grew in the forest's southern reaches that was neither Sauron nor any servant the elves recognized. and it spread slowly northward through the trees. Thranduil held his realm in the northern reaches, but he could not prevent the corruption of what had been Greenwood the Great into Mirkwood the Dark. The forest folk adapted to dwelling in shrinking territory while maintaining vigilance against the shadow that pressed ever closer. The elves withdrew from the wider world gradually. Their numbers diminished with each passing century as some chose to sail west and others simply faded from weariness, and the lands they had controlled passed into mortal hands. Men multiplied and spread across Middle-earth, founding kingdoms that rose and fell while the elves watched from their hidden refuges. The dominion of the firstborn was ending visibly, and those who remained understood they were holding memories of a time that would not return. The kingdoms of men rose and fell in patterns the elves had seen before. Arna and Gondor prospered for centuries, and then began to fragment and decline, and the elves who had known their founders watched the decay with sorrow. The Dunedain, who carried Namanore's blood, were dying out or mixing with lesser men, and the kingdoms were losing the qualities that had made them great. The elves aided where they could, but they would not rule mortal lands, and they could only watch as what they had helped build crumbled. The White Council was formed in the year 2463. Elrond and Galadriel and Círdan gathered, with Gandalf and Saruman and others who still had power to resist evil, and they coordinated efforts that scattered kingdoms could not manage alone. The council met rarely, but its existence meant the elves were not entirely passive, and they would act together when threat demanded unity. The formation acknowledged that individual realms were too weak alone to face what might come. Vigilance against the shadow was maintained through all the long years. The elves knew Sauron's spirit had survived and would eventually return, and they watched for signs of his growing power. Gandalf especially wandered Middle-earth, gathering information and warning those who would listen, and the elves supported his efforts even when they could not act openly themselves. The watching was constant, even during centuries when nothing seemed to threaten. The long, slow fading was more painful than any war. The elves felt themselves diminishing not through defeat but through time's simple passage, and they could not prevent what was happening. The spark that had made them vital was guttering, and they were becoming memories even while they still lived. Some left for Valinor because they could not bear the fading, while others remained out of stubbornness or duty or love for Middle-earth despite everything. The connection between the scattered realms weakened as travel grew more dangerous. The roads were haunted by things that served the shadow, and messengers who once travelled freely now risked ambush or worse. The elves maintained contact through great effort, but the easy exchange of earlier ages was gone. Each realm became more isolated and more inward-focused, preserving what it held rather than building anything new. Rivendell became crucial as the other refuges withdrew. Elrond's Valley remained open to those who could find it, and it served as a meeting place for the different peoples when they needed neutral ground. The council met there, and plans were coordinated from there, and the valley's master grew in authority not through claiming power, but through being trusted by all sides. His wisdom was acknowledged even by those who acknowledged no other elven leader. The years passed in hundreds and then in thousands. Generations of men lived and died while the elves remained unchanged in appearance but diminished in spirit, and the contrast grew sharper with each passing century. The world was becoming less hospitable to those who did not age and die, and the elves were increasingly anachronistic in lands that belonged to mortals now. They held their refuges and kept their memories, but they were becoming irrelevant to the world's story. The Third Age stretched toward its third millennium. The shadow stirred again and grew bolder, and the elves understood that the long peace was ending. Sauron was returning in power, and the final confrontation was approaching, and they would need to act despite their diminishment. The question was whether what remained of elven strength would be sufficient for the war that was coming, or whether their time had truly passed. The ring remained lost and forgotten. It lay in the Anduin's mud for thousands of years before a creature found it, and then it passed into darkness where even the wise could not track it. The elves knew it existed somewhere, and that Sauron sought it desperately, but they did not know where it had gone or when it might return. The One Ring was the key to everything, and it was beyond their reach. The long decline was not dramatic, but it was inexorable. The elves were fading from Middle-earth, not through any single disaster, but through accumulated losses over millennia. And they could not stop what was happening. They preserved what could be preserved, and they waited for whatever ending was coming, and they held to their purpose even when that purpose seemed increasingly futile. The watch would be maintained until the very end, and when that end came, they would face it with whatever strength remained to them. The ring returned to knowledge in the year 3018. A hobbit found it in a river and carried it to the Shire without understanding what he possessed, and there it remained for decades before its nature was discovered. Gandalf researched and tested and finally confirmed what he feared, that this was the One Ring and Sauron was searching for it desperately. The news spread among those who needed to know, and the free peoples understood that the final confrontation was approaching whether they were ready or not. The council gathered at Rivendell in October. Representatives came from every people that still resisted the shadow, and they debated what should be done with the ring now that it was found. Some argued for using it as a weapon against Sauron, while others insisted it must be destroyed, and the discussion revealed how desperate their situation had become. The ring could not be wielded by anyone without being corrupted, and it could only be destroyed in the fires where it was made. The Fellowship was formed to carry the ring to Mordor. 9 companions were chosen to match the 9 riders that served the enemy, and they included representatives of all the free peoples. Elrond sent his sons, and Legolas of Mirkwood joined them, and Gandalf led them as guide and protector. The quest was impossible but necessary, and they departed Rivendell, knowing most of them would not return. The elves could not commit armies to the quest. Their numbers were too diminished, and their realms were under threat themselves, and they could barely defend what they held. But they gave what aid they could through gifts and counsel, and Galadriel especially understood that everything depended on the ring's destruction. She tested herself against temptation when the ring-bearer came to Lothlorien, and she refused it, though the refusal cost her everything she had been preserving. The war came to the Elven realms while the ring-bearer journeyed. Sauron sent forces against Lothlorien and Mirkwood simultaneously, trying to prevent the elves from interfering with his hunt for the ring. The Golden Wood was assaulted 3 times, and each assault was thrown back with losses the attackers could not afford, for Galadriel's power was still formidable when defending her own realm. Thranduil faced similar assaults in the north and held his borders, though the fighting was desperate. The Fellowship broke at Parth Galen. The company divided and went separate ways, and the quest seemed to have failed before reaching its goal. But 2 hobbits continued untoward, Mordor carrying the ring between them, and they walked into shadow, while armies gathered for battles that would decide whether their sacrifice meant anything. The elves could only maintain their own defenses and hope the quest would succeed. Gandalf returned from death and marshaled the free peoples. He had fallen fighting the Balrog in Moria and come back transformed, and his presence gave hope when hope was desperately needed. He rode between the scattered forces, coordinating resistance and reminding them that holding their positions mattered even if they could not see the larger strategy. The elves trusted him as they trusted few others, and they followed his counsel even when it seemed to demand the impossible. The great battles happened at Helm's Deep and at Minas Tirith. Men fought and died by thousands while the ring-bearers crept through Mordor unnoticed, and the defenders held by the narrowest margins. The elves could not send forces to those battles, for their own realms were besieged and every warrior was needed. But they fought their own desperate actions in the forests, and their survival mattered to the outcome even if they were not present at the climactic moments. Aragorn revealed himself and claimed his kingship. He was Isildur's heir, and he bore the sword that had been reforged, and he brought hope to those who had been fighting without it. The elves had known him for decades and had helped prepare him for this moment, and they recognized that the time had come for men to take the lead. Elrond's daughter, Arwen, had chosen mortality to stand beside him, and her choice symbolized the passing of the age from elves to men. The ring was destroyed on the 25th of March. The mountain burned and Sauron's tower collapsed, and the enemy's power broke completely. The elves felt the change immediately, a lifting of pressure that had been constant for thousands of years. But they also felt Nenya's power failing, for the three rings had been made with techniques related to the one, and when it was destroyed their strength began to fade. Galadriel understood that Lothlorien's preservation was ending, and she would have to choose between sailing west or watching her realm decay. The victory was complete, but bittersweet for the elves. Sauron was defeated forever, and the Long War was won, but the cost was their own relevance in Middle-earth. The three rings were losing power, and the realms they had preserved would fade, and the elves would have to depart or watch everything they had built crumble. The dominion was passing to men as it had always been meant to, and the firstborn were becoming memories. The fourth age was beginning even before the third formally ended. Aragorn would be crowned and Gondor would be restored, and the kingdoms of men would flourish in ways they had not for millennia. The elves would aid in that restoration because they still had strength to give, but their time was clearly over. The war had been won by a mortal carrying a burden no elf could have borne, and the symbolism was not lost on anyone. The ships were waiting at the Grey Havens. Círdan had maintained the passage west through all the ages, and now it would be used by those who had stayed longest. The ring-bearers would be granted passage despite being mortals, for they had earned rest beyond what Middle-earth could offer. The elves who departed with them were leaving a world that no longer needed them, and that departure was both relief and grief together. The long watch was ending, and they had held to the last, and now they could rest. The ships sailed from the Grey Havens in the autumn of 3021. Galadriel and Elrond departed together. With the ring-bearers, for their work in Middle-earth was finished, and they would not remain to watch what they had preserved crumble. Gandalf went with them, for he too had completed his mission and was permitted to return west. The white ship moved out into the sunset, and those watching from the shore saw it diminish into the distance until it was only a memory on the water. Círdan remained at the havens, as he had for thousands of years. Ships came less frequently now, but they still came, carrying those who could no longer bear the weight of remaining. He built vessels for each departure and blessed each journey, and he kept the passage open for those who would need it. His patience was infinite, and his purpose was unwavering, and he would maintain the havens until the very last elf departed and he could sail himself. Lothlorien faded swiftly without Galadriel's presence. The golden trees lost their luster, and time resumed its normal flow, and the realm that had seemed timeless became ordinary. The elves who remained there felt the change immediately and understood their time was ending, and they began preparing for departure. Within years the forest was emptying as its people chose Valinor over watching their home decay, and what had been the fairest realm in Middle-earth became just another wood. Rivendell endured longer, but its purpose was diminished. Elrond's sons had sailed with their father, and the valley's master was gone, and what remained was only the echo of what had been. The library was maintained, and guests were still welcomed, but the vitality had departed, and the refuge felt hollow. Those who stayed did so from stubbornness or obligation, and they knew they were only delaying what was inevitable. Celeborn left the Golden Wood and dwelt for a time in Rivendell with his grandsons. He was ancient beyond measure, and had seen the entire span of elven history in Middle-earth, and he seemed to carry the weight of all those ages. Eventually he too chose to sail, for remaining alone in a world that had moved past him was a burden he would not bear. His departure emptied Rivendell of its last link to the elder days. The forests grew silent as the elves withdrew. Mirkwood was abandoned gradually as Thranduil's people chose the west over remaining in darkening woods, and the realm that had endured for ages was left to the trees and whatever creatures dwelt among them. The songs that had filled those woods for thousands of years faded into memory, and the silence that replaced them was absolute. The havens saw a steady stream of departures through the early Fourth Age. The ships came and went with the tides, each carrying away those who could no longer find purpose in diminished lands. Sam, the ring-bearer, sailed in the 61st year after his wife died, for he had been granted passage as reward for his service. The hobbits who remained watched him go and understood that even the small folk who had saved the world could not escape time's toll. Merry and Pippin went to Gondor in their final years. They lived as honored guests of King Aragorn and were buried beside him when death took them, the last of the fellowship to pass beyond the world. Their graves stood in Rathdynen among the kings, and the honor was fitting for those who had ridden to war beside the great. But with their passing, another thread connecting the ages was severed. Aragorn died in the year 120 of the Fourth Age. He was old by any measure, but still strong when he chose to lay down his life, and he went to his rest with dignity that befitted the greatest of Númenor's heirs. Arwen remained after him for a time, visiting the places they had loved together, and then she went to Lothlorien and lay down among the fading trees. She had chosen mortality, and she bore its cost completely, dying in the empty forest where she and Aragorn had pledged themselves lifetimes before. Legolas sailed at last after Aragorn's death. He had remained longer than most of his kindred, holding to friendship even as the world changed. But with his friend gone, the tie that bound him to Middle-earth was broken. He built a grey ship and sailed down Anduin to the sea, and Gimli the dwarf went with him in friendship that transcended all the old divisions. They passed into the west together, and with them went the last of those who had walked in the fellowship. The elves were gone from Middle-earth in any numbers that mattered. A few remained in hidden places, lingering because they could not bear to leave or had purposes they had not completed. But they were scattered and solitary, and they had no kingdoms and no power. The great realms were empty, and the great works were crumbling, and the firstborn had become legends rather than living presence. Men inherited the world completely. They built their kingdoms on the ruins of elven realms, and they found artifacts they did not understand. And they made stories about the tall folk who had dwelt there before. The stories grew less accurate with each generation as memory faded into myth, and eventually even the myths were half forgotten. The elves became fairy tales told to children, beautiful and magical and utterly unreal. The fourth age stretched into the fifth and beyond. The world changed as it always had, with kingdoms rising and falling and peoples moving across continents. The places that had mattered in the elder days were forgotten or renamed, and the great deeds done there were lost to all but the most dedicated scholars. Middle-earth continued without the elves, and barely noticed their absence, for new peoples and new stories filled the space they had occupied. But in the uttermost west the elves endured. They dwelt in Valinor as they had in the beginning, and those who sailed there were reunited with those who had gone before. The wounds of the long exile were healed in time, and the grief of all the ages was comforted. They lived in the light of the trees renewed, and they knew peace that Middle-earth had never offered them. The firstborn had come home at last, after wandering for ages uncounted. The tale is finished. The elves who woke under stars at Quivianan and walked through all the ages of the world have departed into rest, and their story in Middle-earth is complete. They came as children, discovering wonder, and they left as ancients carrying memories of everything the world had been. Their works crumbled and their kingdoms fell, but they endured through it all, and that endurance was itself a kind of victory. So rest now, wanderer. You've walked with the firstborn through their entire journey from awakening to departure, and the road was long and often dark. The fire burns low and the night grows deep, and you've earned whatever peace these tales can offer. The elves have gone to their rest in the blessed realm beyond the circles of the world, and perhaps their story can give you rest as well. Sleep well, friend. The telling is done.